Order. Are there any notices or announcements? Members, pursuant to the announcement via email, votes will be held at 10 a.m. today. Are there any further notices or announcements? Seeing none, subject to the standard stipulations set forth in Rule 15.1 and modifications to the calendar, the chair declares the House in recess until 10 a.m.
The House will come to order. Members will take their seats. Visitors will retire from the chamber. The sergeant at arms will close the doors. Members and visitors will please silence all electronic devices. Today's prayer will be offered by Representative Campbell. Members and visitors in the gallery will please stand for the prayer and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Representative Campbell, the gentleman has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, friends. This is the last week of our working together before Memorial Day, a day I hope we will all not spend in mourning, but rather in celebration of the memories of those lost in the service to our nation. In honor of this, before our prayer, I would like to share the short lyrics of a hymn that those of us who have served in uniform will recognize, as it is often sung as we lay our brothers and sisters to rest. The hymn is titled, "The Mansions of the Lord." To fallen soldiers let us sing, where no rockets fly, nor bullets wing. Our broken brothers let us bring to the mansions of the Lord. No more bleeding, no more fight, no prayers pleading through the night, just divine embrace, eternal light in the mansions of the Lord. Where no mothers cry and no children weep, we shall stand and guard through the angels' sleep, while through the ages we will safely keep the mansions of the Lord. Let us pray. Lord, thank you for allowing us to live in this nation of freedom and abundance. Thank you for blessing us with the opportunity to serve our fellow citizens as representatives in what is the greatest experiment in history of self-determination and governing by the consent of the governed. Thank you for allowing us to be a nation of imperfect people, perpetually seeking the goal of a perfect society. Let us always remember that this privilege of free living has, on multiple occasions, required its defense and the sacrifice of many of our brothers and sisters. Help us to carry forward their memories and legacy with gratitude and reverence. Help guide us to perform our duties with a level of integrity and grace that would make those who gave up the most precious possession one can have, so that we may continue to work towards the dreams of our forebears. We ask that as we strive to live and serve in ways that would be pleasing to you and honor your teaching, that you wrap your loving arms around those who have fallen in foreign lands, far from their families, often at a young age, and that they are allowed a peaceful rest, knowing that we will be ever mindful of their sacrifice of all of their tomorrows for our today. And today, in closing, Lord, I ask that you keep your warm embrace around
Lord, we ask that you keep your warm embrace around Captain Michael Cassidy, Staff Sergeant Matthew McClintock, Warrant Officer Sean Thomas, Master Sergeant Michael Clark. We ask this in your holy name. And all of the people said, Amen. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Gentleman from Wayne, Representative Bell, is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, the journal for May 20th has been examined and found to be correct. I move it be approved as written.
Representative Bell moves that the journal for May 20th be approved as written. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the journal is approved as written. Members, we've got a number of courtesies of the gallery today we'll go ahead and take up. Upon motion of Representative Crawford of Wake County, the chair is happy to extend the courtesies of the gallery to Millbrook Environmental Connections Magnet Elementary, who's James Aldridge, the principal, Randy Jones, Magnet Program Coordinator, Brandy Garrett, teacher, and Wake County Public Schools Teacher of the Year finalist, and Lincoln Heights Environmental Connections Magnet Elementary, who the principal is here with us today, Kelly Wilson, Magnet Coordinator Lauren Michael, Environmental Inquiry Teachers Megan Jackson and Christiane Stooks, Environmental Connections Integration Specialist Laura Wood, Magnet Coach Christina Minish. They received the honors at the National Magnet Schools of America Conference recently. We will congratulate them today. If you're with us, if you will, please stand so we can recognize you today. Thank you for being with us. Upon motion of the members from Mecklenburg County, including Representative Becky Carney, the chair is happy to extend the courtesy of the gallery to the CMS School Board Chair Stephanie Steed and other board members. If you're here with us today, if you will please stand so we can recognize you. Upon motion of Representative Carly Cunningham, the chair is happy to extend the courtesy of the gallery to the North Carolina Coordinators Network. If you're here today, if you will stand, if you're with the North Carolina Coordinators Network. Thank you for being with us today. Upon motion of Representative Pickett of Watauga County, the chair is happy to extend the courtesy of the gallery to the North Carolina Beer and Wine Wholesalers Association. The North Carolina Beer and Wine Wholesalers are locally family-owned and operated businesses and provide the critical link for providing adult consumers with the choices they desire at a great value, all while ensuring a safe and orderly market. They also want to recognize our friend Tim Kent, who was the association's executive director, who passed away unexpectedly last November. These members are in town today for the 33rd annual Rush the Growler reception, and they invite all members of the General Assembly to join them this afternoon. If you're here with the North Carolina Beer and Wine Wholesalers, if you will, please stand so we can recognize you today. Thank you for being with us. Upon motion of Representative Balcom of Henderson County, the chair is happy to extend the courtesy of the gallery to a group from the nonprofit CSG South who are visiting the legislature this week. CSG South provides leadership development for elected state officials in 15 southern states through their CALS program. Attendees of the CALS program from the NC House over the past few years have included Representatives Balcom, Reeder, Amber Baker, and Representative Ross. Please join me in welcoming their regional director, Lindsey Gray, director of policy, Tyler Riegel, senior policy analyst, Cody Allen and Tom Updike, programs associate, Jackson Jones, and policy analyst, Aaron Toomey. If you will please stand so we can recognize you today. Thank you for being with us. Upon motions of Representative Helfrich, Hawkins, Ager, and Pierce of Mecklenburg, Durham, Buncombe, and Halifax counties, the chair is happy to extend the courtesy of the gallery to all the coaches and athletic directors who are here on behalf of high schools across North Carolina. Thank you for making the trip. If you will stand so we can recognize you guys today. Right up here. Thank y'all. Members, we'll move into the calendar. Senate Joint Resolution 763. The clerk will read.
Senator Rabin, Senate Joint Resolution 763, confirmed Don Vandervaart, Utilities Commission. The Senate resolves, the House concurring.
Members, the bill be momentarily, the House will be at ease, strike that momentarily. Debate the Senate Joint Resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a joint resolution providing for the confirmation appointment of Don Vanderbart to the Utilities Commission. This has been properly vetted, and now it's moved to the House floor. Many of you know Mr. Vanderbart and his work he's done here in the state for many years, and ask for your support.
For what purpose, the lady from Guilford, Representative Harrison, rise.
To debate the resolution.
Ladies recognized to debate the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, a couple of points I wanted to make about this nomination. One, this is an appointment that used to belong to the governor. And there was a carefully reached negotiation back in Senate Bill 512 where the Utilities Commission appointments were reduced to 5, and the governor used to have them all, and the governor kept 3, and the House and the Senate each kept 1. Then Senate Bill 382 that we passed in December, the Helene Relief Bill, took one of the governor's appointments away, and that's what this appointment is that we're debating right now. So just in context, I'm objecting to that. But I wanted to give you a little history on Representative Vanderbart's record on energy. So in 2020, in a paper for John Locke, he wrote that nuclear energy is the cheapest electricity source. And in fact, it's one of the most expensive sources of electricity. It's about $190 per megawatt hour, compared to 29 to 92 for solar and 27 to 73 for wind. In that same paper, he also said that combined cycle gas and coal plants are much cheaper than wind or solar. And just to counter that, it's about 45 to 108 per megawatt hour higher than any utility scale solar or wind. And NextEra's CEO recently said that combined cycle plant built for $785 per kilowatt, and can be as high as 2,400 kilowatts. Just so you know, and I probably don't need to remind this chamber that solar and wind are fuel-free forms of electricity generation. Nuclear and gas, on the other hand, have significant fuel and operational costs which are passed on to customers. 67% of recent rate increases by Duke since 2017 have been due to the fuel rider alone. So relying on more gas-fired and nuclear exposes our customers, our constituents, to higher and more volatile fuel rate prices. He also stated that Duke's efforts to comply with the Obama-era Clean Power Plan would cause the utilities to raise bills by $434 per year per household in 2020. But actually, the power companies that were affected achieved those reductions ahead of schedule without that rate increase. He also said that environmental nonprofit organizations are operating as Russian front groups in an op-ed written to The Hill in 2018. And then finally, there's more, but I think another important point is that, as chief administrative law judge at the Office of Administrative Hearings, he has made some highly irregular rulings, like issuing attorney's fees against the state, ordering briefings on issues not raised by the parties, and ruling on issues not raised by, facing some rebuke from the EPA. For those of us who are impacted by 1,4-dioxin, which is a lot of us in the state, especially those in the Cape Fear River Basin, this is a man-made chemical that is harmful to people at extremely low levels and has been linked to cancers and liver and kidney disease. He issued a ruling that endangered public health by removing DEQ's ability to control the release of that chemical. So I am reluctantly a no vote on this. I respect former Secretary Vanderbart, but I think that he is the wrong person for the job. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the passage of Senate Joint Resolution 763 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Reader, aye. Clerk will lock machine record the vote. 64 having voted in the affirmative and 46 in the negative. Senate Joint Resolution 763 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The Senate resolves, the House concurring.
Question for the House is the passage of Senate Joint Resolution 763 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Joint Resolution 763, having passed its third reading, and will be ordered and rolled. Senate Joint Resolution 764, the clerk will read.
Senator Rabin, Senate Joint Resolution 764, confirm Chris Ayers, Executive Director, Utilities Commission, Public Staff. The Senate resolves, the House concurring.
The gentleman from Wayne, Representative Bell, is recognized to debate the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a joint resolution providing the confirmation of Christopher J. Ayers as Executive Director of the Public Staff of the North Carolina Utilities Commission. I know of no known opposition.
We'll see if we have some here. For what purpose does the lady from Guilford, Representative Harrison, arise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to redeem myself, ladies and gentlemen. I think Mr.
Ladies
Ayers,
recognized to debate the resolution.
sorry. I just want to say Mr. Ayers has done an outstanding job. He's been a terrific public servant. I encourage your support. Thank you.
Maybe not. Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the passage of Senate Joint Resolution 764 on second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Representative Brown of Forsyth, aye. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 110 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. Senate Joint Resolution 764 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The Senate resolves, the House concurring.
Question for the House is the passage of Senate Joint Resolution 764 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Joint Resolution 764, having passed its third reading, will be ordered and rolled. Members, we have the newly confirmed member here with us today. Upon motion of the member from Swain, Representative Clampett, the chair is happy to extend the courtesy of the gallery to Christopher Ayers, Karen Camerate, chair of the North Carolina Utilities Commission, William Brawley, former member of the House, and Charlotte Mitchell, former chair of the commission. If y'all are with us, if you will, please stand so we can recognize you. Thank you for being with us today. Senate Joint Resolution 765, the clerk will read.
Senator Rabin, Senate Joint Resolution 765, confirm Regina Adams, Board of Review. The Senate resolves, the House concurring.
Gentleman from Wayne, Representative Bell, is recognized to debate the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a joint resolution providing for the confirmation of Regina Smith Adams to the review board. I know of no on opposition, and I hope the kumbaya continues for the rest of the afternoon.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the passage of Senate Joint Resolution 765 on its second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Representatives Riddell and Ross, the members wish to be recorded. Representative Pickett, gentlemen wish to be recorded. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 110 having voted in the affirmative and none in the negative. Senate Joint Resolution 765 having passed its second reading and without objection will be read a third time.
The Senate resolves, the House concurring.
Question for the House is the passage of Senate Joint Resolution 765 on its third reading. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Joint Resolution 765, having passed its third reading, will be ordered and rolled. Members will now move into the Appropriations Act. Senate Bill 257, clerk will read.
Senators Jackson, Hayes, Lee. Senate Bill 257, a bill to be entitled 2025 Appropriations Act. The General Assembly of North Carolina enacts.
Members of the House will be these momentarily. Give Representative Lambeth a chance to get back. perhaps others, so we'll give him just a couple of minutes, and House, just don't go anywhere. House will be at ease just momentarily. The chair anticipates starting here in just a couple minutes. Back to order. The gentleman from Forsyth, Representative Lambeth, is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker and colleagues, make a motion that we adopt Senate Bill 257, House Committee Substitute 2.
Gentleman has made the motion that the House adopt the committee substitute to Senate Bill 257, and the gentleman from Forsyth, Representative Lambeth, is recognized to debate the motion.
I actually look forward to debating this motion because there's so many positive things we could talk about. We'll try to abbreviate it. But before I do that, I actually want to thank the staff. And talking about positive, what a group of great people that we've had to work with over the last several weeks. And I can tell you, I've not heard a single complaint. They've been here day and night. They've answered to our every need and demand. And I just can't say enough good stuff about the staff that we have here to support us. So I would hope that you would join me in recognizing this awesome group of people who have put in enormous hours over the last few weeks, particularly over the last 4 or 5 months, and recognize them and thank them for a job well done. Colleagues, I like calling North Carolina home, and I know you do as well, simply by the passion which you speak about North Carolina. And I know many of you have actually relocated to North Carolina. What a great place to raise a family, to live, to go to school, to enjoy the many, many activities across our state. North Carolina is now the 9th most populous state, and it's projected to rank 7th by 2030. Not just we like North Carolina, but people are moving here because they like and love North Carolina, our culture, our activities here. So we are looking forward to future growth as well. But that growth also presents challenges. North Carolina is a place where companies want to relocate and families do want to live and work. A few important statistics. Our unemployment rate remains one of the lowest in the country, having dropped from 7.8% in 2013 to 3.6% in 2024. It's fairly stable the last few months. One of the lowest in the country. And certainly that presents us challenges. We need more workers, we need more training programs, and that's things that this budget accepts and adopts. New business applications have increased 130%, outpacing the national average by 30% since 2013. The Pew Charitable Trust spotlighted North Carolina's Rainy Day Fund, calling North Carolina a national leader at managing revenue volatility. These positive results, at the same time, North Carolina reduced its corporate and individual and sales tax. In many national circles, North Carolina is referred to as the model of best financial management with a strong AAA bond rating. These accolades did not come by accident. They were the result of hard work, disciplined financial management, reducing waste, and investing wisely on programs that invested in our citizens, making strategic investments and relocating companies like Toyota, Boom, Johnson & Johnson, just to name a few. The House budget builds on our strong financial management of our state's taxpayers' funds. This is an excellent plan, well thought out, and with a major investment in state employees, particularly with teachers, where North Carolina has slipped in our national and regional rankings. Our goal and commitment is to be smart in our spending plans and deliberate in our tax strategy while responding to the critical needs across the state. Overall, this operating fund increases and adds new needs, $1.3 billion in 26, which is a 4% increase, and an additional 2.2% in 26-27. During the next few presentations, you will hear more details about this well-crafted plan, investing in our citizens, reducing and redirecting funds into our state. We are committed to North Carolina because we love calling North Carolina home. Our first update will be Representative Perret, and the Speaker will just go right down this list, and then we'll open it up for questions.
The lady from Wake, Representative Perret, is recognized to debate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's my privilege to highlight for you today the salary and benefits portion of our state budget before you. I'll start with our teachers. This budget provides for significant and historic pay raises for our valuable North Carolina teachers. These raises are a major step forward in making North Carolina a destination state for recruiting and retaining the very best educators. This budget will increase starting teacher pay to $48,000 in fiscal year 25-26, and then $50,000 in 26-27, making North Carolina #1 in the Southeast for starting teacher pay. The budget provides for across-the-board increases for teachers, with average teacher pay increases of 6.4% in 25-26 and 8.7% in 26-27. Now for our state employees. A 2.5% across-the-board increase for our state employees in fiscal year 25-26. And this budget smartly takes 20% of vacant position reduction, where most positions have been vacant for at least 6 months and sometimes years, and repurposes that to provide additional salary increases for employees. On average, state employees would receive 3.2% in additional increases. And lastly, I'll highlight that this budget provides for non-recurring retiree supplements of 1% in fiscal year 25-26 and 2% in fiscal year 26-27. Thank you.
Gentleman from Union, Representative Arp, is recognized to debate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that this budget does is put back reserves to the tune of $4.75 billion. As Chairman Lambeth said, one of the hallmarks of what we do is we've set aside money in the budget for a rainy day. That's economic downturns and times of uncertainty, so that we don't have to cut teachers and the classroom expenditures. Additionally, we build the funds for the CERTIF to handle the Hurricane Helene disaster with an increased appropriation to $700 million so that we can restore our future. These are prudent and wise measures that restore the resiliency of our state budget in a fiscally sound way.
The lady from Davie, Representative Howard, is recognized to debate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will go over the highlights for the finance side. We are increasing the net general fund revenue threshold amount, which is required to trigger an automatic reduction in the personal income tax rate between 2027 and 2034. Using a formula which certainly accounts for inflation and our tremendous population growth. Secondly, it increases the standard deduction by $1,000 for married filing jointly taxpayers, $750 for head of household taxpayers, and $500 for single and married filing separate taxpayers. Third, it creates a personal income tax deduction for up to $5,000 of income received as tips. Fourth, it institutes a back-to-school sales tax holiday for the first weekend in August, beginning in the year 2026, for clothing, school supplies, computers, sports equipment. A real blessing for families that have children in school. The next thing, it transfers a portion of the local sales tax distribution to the Highway Patrol as support to the Viper First Responders radio program. And next, it changes the sports wagering tax revenue allocation formula by reducing the share of revenue received by the general fund and the North Carolina major events, games, and attractions fund, while increasing the share of revenue distributed for the Youth Outdoor Engagement Commission and the North Carolina Public University Athletic Department. And lastly, it established an annual transfer of gross premium tax revenue received from the Medicaid prepaid health plans for coverage of the North Carolina Health Works Medicaid population. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I think it's a good proposal and a balanced approach. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The gentleman from Duplin, Representative Dixon, is recognized to debate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, guided by our dedicated physical staff and our bill drafting team, Representative Gillespie, Representative Goodwin, and Representative Balkin and I present for your consideration the House proposed Agriculture, Natural, and Economic Resources budget. We thank our full chairs and all the other area chairs for their dedicated service to the North Carolina citizens. Our budget includes a net appropriation of $834 million, which is a 4.2% increase for the first year. $819 million, which is a 1.8% decrease for the second year. We believe that this is a well-considered budget. We're confident that our area will continue to appropriate in a proper manner, that North Carolina will continue to lead this nation in this area. We stand for questions at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Davison, Representative Potts, is recognized to debate the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I live in the western part of my county where my family's lived over 200 years. I have 61 first cousins and 26 aunts and uncles, so if my family votes for me, I usually win.
As it should be.
Thank you. I have a first-year teacher living in my house, my granddaughter, who said, "Pawpaw, don't make them make me come down there and talk to those people." So I take the budget process seriously, along with Dr. Reeder and Representative White and our staff. We spent countless hours on this. We invested over $30 million in IT upgrades for DHHS, including $18 million for the electronic state records for state facilities. We put $140 million in subsidized child care and another $25 million to reduce the parents' co-pays. We've put, first time in 10 years, $4 million in durable medical equipment with money for speech therapies and other therapies. $28 million in reductions from GLP-1 drugs, which had been used for weight loss. We sent our county $700,000 for medical fees. We raised them from $200 to $400 for an autopsy, the first time they've been raised in 10 years. We added 2 pathologists to the medical examiner's office. We provided $500 million to food banks, $37 million to the counties and nonprofits for opioid impact to assist in that. We eliminated $10 million in positions in DHHS, but we allowed them to choose them. In many cases, these are positions that's been vacant for over 2 years. With the national economy as it is, and given the information that we had, we worked hard on this budget to come up with the figures that we have in DHHS. And for my friend John Torbett, we didn't put any money for mopeds. That'll be in transportation. But I want to thank you all for your support of this budget, and at the appropriate time with Representative Dixon, we'll receive questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The gentleman from New Hanover, Representative Davis, is recognized to debate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my co-chairs Carson Smith, Charlie Miller, Dudley Green, and with the help of our staff, they did a great job, I'd like to present the Justice and Public Safety budget to you. This budget generates $30.5 million in general fund availability by reducing vacant positions at the Department of Adult Correction, and it also provides a total of $9 million for new personnel across multiple agencies. The budget includes $48 million for communication and technology needs, such as voice interoperability plan for emergent responders, commonly known as VIPER, operations and maintenance, IT network upgrades at the State Bureau of Investigation, and provides at the Office of the Courts, Administrative Office of the Courts. Also, across the biennium, the budget also provides $50 million for safety school grants, $40 million for non-Helene disaster recovery program matching funds, and $24 million for the private assigned counsel PAC program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The gentleman from Nash, Representative Chester, is recognized to debate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my other co-chairs for the transportation, Chairman Eiler, Chairman Shepard, Chairman Tyson for allowing me into the room and keeping me from screwing anything up too bad. And our staff, Sean and Aaron's team, were amazing. The House transportation budget, we appropriated nearly $12 billion, $11.7 billion over the next 2 years. With investments in DMV, including 85 new positions, 61 of which will be driver's license examiners 1 and 2. The budget allocates $54.9 million, fully funding our ferry division without the need for new tolls. That will cover vessel replacement and maintenance operations. $144.5 million is appropriated to the STIP in additional funding. $114.7 million in additional funding is also provided to the highway maintenance and road safety programs. Let's see, there's $58.6 million and $8.3 million in here for capital needs for DOT and the Highway Patrol for them to expand their operations. We enhance oversight and accountability. During the Helene recovery, we found some reporting requirements that have worked really well for agencies reporting back to the state for us to hold people accountable. We've made those requirements permanent without increasing the burden on any agencies. And we transferred 68 administrative positions that were required when we transferred the licensing and theft sworn personnel over to the Highway Patrol. We are now transferring their administrative staff that help them do their job and accomplish their mission over with them as well, so they'll now be housed together. And I want to thank the full chairs for their focus and dedication on providing a budget that is fiscally conservative and refuses to expand the size and scope of government and lowers the tax burden on North Carolina citizens. So thank you.
The gentleman from Burke, Representative Blackwell, is recognized to debate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to have been involved with helping to develop the education portion of the budget. I want to thank Representatives Cotham, Biggs, and Willis for the hard work that they did in doing this. A couple of statistical things that I want to share with you to start with about the education budget is that in the first year of this biennium, we're increasing spending in the education area by $680 million, which is about a 3.7% increase. The second year, it will go up another $305.5 million for an additional 1.6% increase in education spending across the state. If you look at just the K-12 budget from an ADM standpoint or a per student standpoint, we are increasing the money that is currently for this current school year at a level of about $7,686 to approximately $8,150. That'll be $480 more per student across the state, or approximately a 6.25% increase for each student. One of the things that I think most of us have heard over our lifetime is the expression that goes something along the lines that a person is foolish, I think this could apply to government, that continues to do the same thing the same way and expect different outcomes. I think that ought to lead all of us, if we understand it, to look for new ways to do better things in education, and I think this budget takes a significant step or steps in that direction. I'll mention a few of those. First of all, in the community college system, we're providing additional money to expand workforce training programs for students with intellectual and developmental disabilities from the current 15 colleges to 25. The second thing I'll mention is that we've got $4.5 million in funds for a workforce diploma program that's designed to assist adults that are 21 and older in getting a high school diploma and developing career skills. The third thing I'll mention regarding the community college is the authorization that we give to the system office to fund as appropriate their Propel initiative. I'll simply say with respect to Propel that the idea is to allow the community college system to adjust and be more flexible more readily in assigning the dollars that we give them to the particular workforce areas that are in demand and require more expensive equipment, then they can provide for that. If a particular program is, shall we say, not as needed as it used to be, they have the ability to change those things. That kind of flexibility is part of what we need to do if we're not going to continue to do the same thing the same way and expect different results. In the area involving the Department of Public Instruction or K-12 education, I'll mention a few things. This budget provides $10.6 million more to increase the funding for more of our disabled students, our special ed students. It also provides $10 million more to improve professional development in the science of reading, which is proving to be so successful here in North Carolina, and to expand it to the middle schools and the upper grades. We also, I think wisely, are beginning math pilots, recognizing that our math outcomes for students are not where they need to be, just as reading was not. And so this budget provides $5 million to set up math pilots to help us also gain data from different vendors to say this one works, this one doesn't work as well, this one doesn't work at all. We're increasing the investment and expansion in the advanced teaching roles, which again has produced good data to date, and that allows our most able teachers to substantially increase their income without having to go into administration, and keeps them in the classroom in contact with the students. The K-12 budget also provides a pilot in 12 schools to begin doing an earlier and a more frequent review of career development plans for all students, so that we keep them not on a track that they are forced into, but the track that they choose, and with the ability to change as that might be needed. Finally, in the K-12 area, I will mention that we have increased the funding for school safety grants to a total of $50 million. Finally, in the area of UNC, I'll mention that we've given them additional funds to maintain the NC Promise program that operates at Elizabeth City State, Fayetteville State, UNC Pembroke, and Western Carolina. They also are getting $5 million that we're investing to continue an expansion of the College of Engineering at NC State. There's $2.1 million that's going to UNC Charlotte to expand its data science programs and battery engineering and recycling initiatives. And we are beginning for $2.6 million a pilot in nurse training at Winston-Salem State. And the final item I'll mention is that we also are broadening the Teaching Fellows program to allow for different areas of needed instruction to be included in the Fellows program, and to broaden the types of expenses that the money that we give the Teaching Fellows can be used. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Alamance, Representative Riddell, is recognized to debate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Friends, it's my privilege to give some highlights of the general government budget. General government takes up 17 different agencies, commissions, and departments. It's my pleasure to work with Representative Torbett and Representative Loftus as co-chairs, who I think you'll be hearing something from shortly after I conclude my remarks. But I want to share something with you that's kind of unique about general government. We have 3 fantastic staff members, 2 of which are expecting. Now, I'm not letting the cat out of the bag. One is great with child and rather obvious about that. But, you know, they didn't miss a meeting, long hours, late nights, awkward times during the day. They were there to help us put together the general government budget. So I want to say thank you to you 3. The House budget for general government in fiscal year 25-26 includes net appropriations of $593.3 million, which is about $48.9 million above the base budget. So that works out to be a 9% increase. For fiscal year 26-27, it includes net appropriations of $575.8 million, which is $17.5 million less than the fiscal year 25-26, which is just about a 3% decrease. Some highlights of the general government adjustments follow as below. The general government budget reduces vacant positions, creating $5.4 million of availability. These funds, along with the funds generated by other reductions, some technical changes, they were reallocated to fund 40 new positions, offset some unavoidable contract increases, and provide recurring funding for IT projects. The general government budget also establishes a new property insurance enterprise fund and creates a new investment authority under the treasurer, along with some other things, and I'll turn this over now to my colleagues.
Thank you, Chairman Riddell. As the Chair for Homeland Security and Military and Veterans Affairs, one of the concerns we had in general government was taking care of our 4 cemeteries across the state. I'm proud to report that we placed in the budget $1 million and 4 positions for maintenance. And at each of those cemeteries, there will be a plaque recognizing the service and to state the following: to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and for his orphan, That way we pay honor and respect to America's heroes and their families. Thank you. I'll be followed by Representative Torbett.
The gentleman from Gaston, Representative Torbett, is recognized to speak on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just real briefly, this is just some overarching General Assembly needs. One is we have a lot of public that comes to visit us when we're in session. We have school kids, we have adults, we have people such as in the gallery today. Oftentimes, when they're here, we're here for late hours. So what this budget does, it reestablishes keeping our grill open, simple as that, the hours that we are here in business. So it provides public access for food services. Also, visitors that might be visiting from schools and the like. Also, on the grounds of the Capitol, if y'all remember a couple years ago, we passed in the budget a statue of Billy Graham to be put in Statuary Hall in Congress in D.C. Do y'all remember that? It's unfortunate. It's a great statue. It's wonderful it's there. They just had the unveiling just a few months ago, but so many North Carolinians will never get the opportunity to see that. Thousands of school kids visit our Capitol grounds up here each and every week, along with their parents. And on the weekends, thousands of tourists, believe it or not, if you're not here on the weekends, they are, come to see what we have to offer as a state capital. So what this budget would do would put a Billy Graham statue on the grounds of our Capitol as one of North Carolina's favorite sons. And ending with that, I'd like to thank our team in the back there for the endless supply of Rice Krispie treats during the hours that we were putting together this budget. So thank you, team. Excellent job. You were exemplary. It was fun to work with you. Thank you.
The gentleman from Franklin, Representative Winslow, is recognized to debate the motion.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I get to provide the highlights of the IT and the capital budget. And the information technology budget includes $15 million for both years of the biennium for cybersecurity tools across the state's cyber network. It also includes $169 million from the Information Technology Reserve for IT infrastructure and system upgrades for state agencies. It awards grants for the purchase of satellite internet installation materials, emergency funding to communicate service providers for damage to broadband infrastructure caused by Hurricane Helene. For the capital budget, it appropriates $400 million to state agency repairs and renovations, $200 each year, $400 million for UNC system repairs and renovations, $200 each year, $795 million in capital for state agencies, and $755 million in capital for the UNC system. It also provides additional funding for cost overruns and project expansions. Thank you, sir.
Members, here shortly, we're going to go ahead and go into the amendments. The chair is going to check with the clerk and staff and make sure that they're ready to do that. So the House will just be at ease for just a couple of amendments, and we'll then begin the process of taking out the amendments. The chair will also go ahead and tell the members, if I can have your attention momentarily, at some point, hopefully during the lunch hour, we'll take a break from session so that folks can go eat lunch. I know we're 15 to 12 now, so food's probably on your mind, but we're going to break. I would expect, I hope sometime by 1 or so, but somewhere the next hour, hour and a half. So if you can hold off, get a protein shake or something in the meantime, we'll take a short lunch break. And again, we're going to be at ease just for a couple of minutes so that I can confirm with the clerk and staff that these amendments are ready to go. House be at ease for 3 minutes. and tell them at some point we're going to be voting momentarily on some amendments. Chair will give just a few minutes for members to get back into the chamber. If you're listening on the audio, there's a 3-second delay, so you need to head on in here as soon as possible. We'll leave it open for just a moment to give members a chance to get back into the chamber. Go ahead and take up, Chair anticipates taking up the first 10 amendments on your dashboard. When we get done with that, we'll break for lunch. Chair will give you an update on schedule when we're going to come back before we break for lunch. But again, we're going to do the first 10 amendments right now. Chair's going to waive the rule prohibiting eating on the floor for right now. I know a number of members need to get their blood sugar up, so we'll let you can go ahead and eat now if you want to. And for those of you who are able to wait for a bit, you'll have a lunch break here in just a moment. We'll go ahead and go into the amendments now. Mr. Clerk, Representative Belk is recognized to send forth Amendment AMW 12V4. The clerk will read.
Representative Belk moves to amend the bill AMW-12V4.
Lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Belk is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is a request to the House to recognize that 2020 dollars just don't pave as many streets as they used to. From 2020 to 2024, the state allocation for municipal street increased by 29%. From July 2020 to yesterday, the inflation rate was 23.6. All this amendment does is to bump up the allocations to our cities by 10% so that we can make up some of the ground we have lost due to inflation. I would like to have your green vote. This is an important bill because we know that people love our cities and we're responsible for maintaining them so that they can enjoy the streets. This is a program we've had, and all we are doing is increasing it to every municipality in the state by 10%. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from Johnston, Representative Strickland, arise?
Speak to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the amendment.
The chairs have reviewed this amendment, and what it does, it allows Mecklenburg and Wake into the equation. Therefore, doing that would reduce 10% across the state for all the municipalities. So we ask that you vote down the amendment.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? For what purpose, the lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Belk, rise.
To speak to the amendment a second time.
Ladies recognized to debate the amendment a second time.
So actuality, I know that you could see this amendment and think that's what it is, but we're talking about this allocation of Powell bills happened before 2020. So, and it leaves Wake and Mecklenburg at that point. So we would still be at that point where everyone has moved on from that 2020 year. So all it is doing across the board is asking that the fund increase by 20% for all the municipalities. Where Mecklenburg and Wake are, it's not going to increase their percentage with the other ones and with all the other ones. So it will not decrease anything from the other municipalities. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 46 having voted in the affirmative and 66 in the negative. The amendment fails. We'll now move to Representative Belk's other amendment. Representative Belk's recognized to send forth Amendment AMW 17V3. The clerk will read.
Representative Belk moves to amend the bill, AMW-17V3.
The lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Belk, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment allows the municipalities, which have done an outstanding job of attracting federal dollars to mobility projects, a chance to request STIP funding. I know there's a perception that these projects only benefit places like Charlotte, but most of the main streets in mid-sized and small cities, which we're interested in revitalizing, are state highways. Making those towns more walkable and inviting a great way to attract new residents and businesses. This is a change that can benefit every district, and I hope you will give me a green on it.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Johnston, Representative Strickland, rise?
The chairs have reviewed this amendment.
The gentleman's recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you. We have reviewed this amendment, and with the challenge that highway funds are, we're asking that you vote down the amendment based on the fact that we need to be focused on building roads and working on maintaining our existing roads. Ask that you vote it down.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wake, Representative Rubin, rise? For what purpose does the lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Belk, rise?
To speak to the amendment a second time.
Lady's recognized to debate the amendment a second time.
So what this is doing is saying that localities can go in there and start bicycle lanes, they can do pedestrian walkways, and they can be scored just as though they were highway projects. So it's, in essence, decoupling that and giving everyone the opportunity to do that. So this is another way that we can attract people, can have our people living in lovely towns that they can walk, they can bike, they can ride, and I would encourage you to vote yes on this.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 46 having voted in the affirmative and 66 in the negative. The amendment fails. Representative Brown is recognized to send forth Amendment AMT 40V2. The clerk will read.
Representative G. Brown moves to amend the bill, AMT-40V2.
Lady from Pitt, Representative Brown is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment goes to the asking to repeal the provision requiring the publishing of central office salary information. This provision puts a target on the backs of public servants who are trying to do their jobs. This information can already be found There's no reason to publish it all on the district website except to play into the narrative that our schools have administrative bloat. They don't. Our schools are doing everything they can with the few resources we've given them. This provision is especially hurtful to small and rural school districts where there may only be one person with a particular title. It would be very easy in the small towns to determine who is referring to, and again, that emboldens community members to act out against those public servants. And Mr. Speaker, I came from a small town, from a small community, and I too have had colleagues and constituents to reach out to me, and they are a little upset about it because even though the names may not be published by those salaries or whatever, but when you do come from a small area, it won't take a lot of thought process to know who that person is and who they're talking about, and they are worried about this situation happening. And I would just like to say that I had to leave this question that was asked of me to say that why were the public schools picked on? Because if you're talking about the tax dollars that are being put out there, then why weren't the charter schools and the private schools, why aren't they listed on this as well? Because we should, if we're talking transparency and accountability, then that is what we're looking for. And two, when we're thinking about these things, we should think about that one size do not fit all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purposes, the lady from Wake, Representative Pereira, rise.
To debate the amendment.
Ladies recognized to debate the amendment.
Members, the chairs have reviewed this amendment, and this provision has already been debated at length and passed out of this chamber with a favorable vote. I ask that you vote down this amendment.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Person, Representative Jeffers, rise.
To debate the amendment.
Gentleman recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to join my colleague in saying this isn't the right thing to do. I mentioned this in committee. I asked the bill sponsor, why did we not include names with the positions? And the response was this was not the intent. And her point was the point that I was trying to make in committee, that in small towns and small districts, like many of us represent with small LEAs, there is only one person in that position. So everyone will know exactly who you're talking about, whether you put the name or not. And we have enough crazies out here on both sides, on the online, on social media and things like that, that this is already public knowledge and someone can call down and ask. When I was a county commissioner, I went into the store one day and a person was picking up the local newspaper, and our county manager's picture was on the paper. And he looked at me and he said, you know, they pay this lady all that money and all she's in charge of is animal control. I said, no, sir. I said, that's your county manager. No. I'm telling you, all she's in control of is animal control. So let alone, this is someone that reads the news and should be somewhat up to date on current events. He buys a paper every week. Our paper, small town, only comes out once a week. So he didn't know who I was as a commissioner. He definitely didn't know who the county manager was. And here we are getting ready to do this again online for all of these people that do things that, you know, citizens shouldn't do. We saw that just a couple of weeks ago with raw milk and stuff. People, emotions and reality are two different things. And so I just don't think we should be putting positions and things like that out there, specifically when it's already public knowledge, and ask you to support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the lady from Wake, Representative Pereira, rise?
To debate the amendment a second time.
Ladies recognized to debate the amendment a second time.
Well, I would say my colleagues are correct that this is supposed to be public knowledge. These are government jobs paid for by the taxpayer, and they're supposed to be accessible by the taxpayer, but they aren't easily accessible by the taxpayer at all. So when we first passed this bill through the House, the reason why it passed is because this is a reasonable taxpayer transparency act. This passed two committees and the floor. This is much needed, and it's asked for by the taxpayer. So I ask again for this body to vote down this amendment.
For what purpose? The gentleman from Chatham, Representative Reeves, rise.
To debate the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the amendment.
I would just remind us that we haven't been the best about transparency in some of the stuff that we've done, and so I think it's a little difficult for us to say that locals need to be more transparent when we're at a point where we don't even allow the public to see our emails anymore. So I would ask that you vote in the spirit of treating local officials the same way that we have treated ourselves and vote this amendment up. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Quick, aye. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 47 having voted in the affirmative and 68 in the negative. The amendment fails. Representative Brown is recognized to send forth Amendment ANJA 5V4. The clerk will read.
Representative T. Brown moves to amend the bill ANJA-5V4.
The gentleman from Mecklenburg, Representative Brown, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In all 120 of our districts, we all have orphan roads, roads that are not maintained by any municipality and are not maintained by the state of North Carolina. As such, the maintenance of these roads and the upkeep of these roads falls on the taxpayers, which can be an increasingly large burden for those taxpayers who always have to deal with HOAs and other fees and just the cost of life. This amendment will allocate funds to allow for a state program to increase the amount of funding we have to go in and maintain some of these state roads, bring them up to code, and help make sure that they're allocated and well maintained. So I'd ask for your green vote. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from Johnson, Representative Strickland, rise?
Speak to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the amendment.
The chairs have reviewed this amendment, and we ask that it be voted down. We believe that with the maintenance money that's within DOT, that it needs to stay focused on maintaining our existing roads. So again, we would ask that the amendment be voted down.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 48 having voted in the affirmative and 65 in the negative. The amendment fails. Representative Wanzi is recognized to send forth the amendment ANG 33V4. The clerk will read.
Representative Boynton moves to amend the bill ANG-33V4.
Gentleman from Orange, Representative Boynton, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, whether you own a home or you rent an apartment, you feel it when your HVAC system breaks down. No air conditioning, no heat, poor air quality, mold. A broke HVAC system impacts the condition of your home. It impacts your kids. It impacts your health. This amendment would address the broken HVAC system issues in many of our public schools across the state by putting state funding behind repairing the heating, air conditioning, and air quality systems in public schools. Now, the need is greater than what this amendment is asking for, but we can help a great number of public schools with this amendment. And if you need proof that these broken HVAC systems in schools impact folks, look at what's happened in several of our counties, like Guilford County, Alamance County, Wake County, Forsyth County, and other counties. Broken heating systems, reports of mold buildup. This amendment is a critical part of helping our kids, making sure that our kids are growing up and being in a safe learning environment. So let's please take care of our kids with this amendment. Please vote yes for the sake of our kids. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Union, Representative Harper, rise?
To speak to the amendment, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the amendment.
I'd ask that you vote down this amendment. In this budget, we actually appropriate an additional $20 million for a total of $70 million going out to the local LEAs for repairs and renovations. It does it through the lottery funds, and in fact, this budget provides almost $1 billion over the next 2 years to provide for repairs and renovations in new schools. So I ask your vote no on the amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wake, Representative Rubin, rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To speak to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the amendment.
I just think this is one of the smartest good government amendments that you can see here, because we have underfunded this aspect of our schools for a long time. I'm glad the budget provides some additional funding, but it pales in comparison to what school districts need. Some districts are hundreds of millions of dollars behind on these repairs at this point, and this is a program that, using unexpended money, can get them caught up quickly, and that keeps kids in their classrooms, because when HVAC systems break, schools shut down. That's bad for our students. I would urge you to vote for the amendment. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Guilford, Representative Quick, rise?
To debate the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the amendment.
Like Representatives Rubin and Bourne, I ask that you would please vote for this amendment. Between the 1980s and 90s, there was virtually no school construction taking place across the nation and certainly in North Carolina. And since the 1990s, we've been playing catch up on systems and construction in our school districts. This is as Representative Rubin just pointed out, this is a good government measure to get us caught up on the school construction and HVAC systems in our districts. We have students who are too hot in the summer, too cold in the winter, and this would just be a good government move. I ask you to vote for this amendment.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Jones, no. Brendan Jones, no. Clerk will like machine to record the vote. 49 having voted in the affirmative and 66 in the negative. The amendment fails. Representative Butler is recognized to send forth Amendment ASV XFR 19V2. The clerk will read.
Representative Butler moves to amend the bill ASV XFR-19V2.
The lady from New Hanover, Representative Butler, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this amendment addresses the projected multi-billion-dollar shortfalls that we are facing over the next several years, according to nonpartisan staff projections. In recognition of this, House Bill 257 would revise the revenue benchmarks upward to effectively pause any reduction in personal income taxes, and that is good. But it does not treat our corporate neighbors the same. Under this budget, the corporate rate continues to race unbridled towards zero, and that is just fundamentally unfair. This amendment would create parity, meaning that the corporate rate would only go down if and when the personal rate goes down. This small adjustment would also add about $3 billion more to our coffers that are sorely needed over the next 5 years. I like to think of it this way. If it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. And in that case, you should vote green.
For what purpose? The gentleman from Moore, Representative Jackson, rise.
To debate the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the amendment.
I appreciate Representative Butler and her amendment, but we've been trying to be very prudent in deciding on what's the best for North Carolina and developing this budget, and we don't think this would be in the long-term well-being for our state, so we would advise you to vote no on this amendment.
For what purpose? The gentleman from Wake, Representative Longest, to rise.
To briefly debate the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the amendment.
Members, it's a pretty well-established principle. The current legislature cannot bind a future legislature. Nevertheless, that's what this chamber in years past has elected to do by putting into statute phase-outs of the corporate income tax rate. Now, we did the same thing with the personal income tax, and I'm grateful to see language in this budget that puts some realistic parameters on when those trigger reductions happen. We have not done the same thing for out-of-state corporate shareholders, and I'd ask you to treat the way we're treating our residents who are paying personal income taxes the same way you're treating those out-of-state shareholders. So I ask you to support the amendment.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Matthew Winslow, no. Clerk will like machine to record the vote. 48 having voted in the affirmative and 67 in the negative. The amendment fails. Representative Cervania is recognized to send forth Amendment ALU 31V2. The clerk will read.
Representative Cervania moves to amend the bill ALU-31V2.
The lady from Wake, Representative Cervania, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you very much, Speaker Hall. I speak on this amendment as it reverts back to the Senate version of this section. So it's not a partisan amendment. It actually focuses on protecting our children. And these children, to be very clear, are United States citizens. This amendment ensures that child care subsidies remain focused on children most in need. It does not open the door to broad benefits for undocumented families. Instead, it establishes a clear, limited, and targeted criteria. And let's look at the facts. A child who is a U.S. citizen receiving foster care or protective services is already under our state oversight. Denying a child a support for child care in these cases doesn't punish the parent. It punishes the child that's already caught in crisis. Likewise, children with developmental delays needing early intervention, it's not bureaucracy. This is care for these kids. And finally, children who are already, again, U.S. citizens, born here, that child is just as deserving of access and early education and safety than any other American child. Let's look at this amendment as a balance of compassion with control, as I think the aim of the section is trying to pursue. It aligns with our values of protecting children, preventing long-term dependence, and ensuring early support so children can grow up to be productive members of our society. Supporting this amendment will not only, it's not about immigration, it's about our North Carolina children, those who are already in our system, in our schools, and many already in a difficult path. I urge you to support this amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Union, Representative Harper, rise?
To speak to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Cervania is absolutely reading the section wrong. This does provide benefits to non-citizens' families. Let me read the statute. It says non-citizen families who reside in the state legally are eligible for child care if only if one of the following conditions are met. And then it talks about the child care subsidy, then the child care subsidy, and only the third one says that the child care subsidy is sought as a citizen of the United States. That is what we kept. What we did was, because of the limited funding available for child care services, we believe that those first should go to citizens of the United States. Those who are, where the child is a citizen of the United States. And that's what this amendment, Representative Cervania's amendment, provides, that non-citizen childs receive these services in advance of citizen childs and children of American citizens. So I ask that you vote this down. Representative Cervania is reading the statute incorrectly.
For what purpose, the lady from Wake, Representative Cervania, rise?
To debate the amendment a second time.
The lady is recognized to debate the amendment a second time.
So, respectfully, Chair Arp, I did not read this amendment incorrectly. What I'm trying to say in the amendment, independent of the status of the parent, all of those kids, all of the kids are United States citizens. They did not choose who their parents were, but they are our children. They are U.S. citizens. So my amendment states that we don't forget them. Often we say in this chamber, we follow our children, no matter what their parents are or who or what. And especially these children, because they are in situations of possibly abuse and neglect and needing our care even more. So I urge you, please, to don't mistake what this really is saying. Let's support our U.S. citizen children and vote for this amendment. Thank you.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Union, Representative Harper, rise.
To speak on the amendment again.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the amendment a second time.
Colleagues, let me read this very clearly from the law. It talks about a non-citizen family who resides in this state legally. And then what we have kept in our budget bill is the third bullet point on this amendment. That is currently what we have in our budget, where it says the child for whom a child care subsidy is sought as a citizen of the United States. That is what we currently have in our budget. What Representative Servania is trying to change is to re-add items number 1 and number 2, in which the case the child is not a citizen of the United States, but for other conditions, child protective services or foster care or developmentally delayed. What I'm telling you is those services and those limited slots should be reserved for parents and child citizens first that meet criteria number 3. So please vote this down and reserve our limited dollars for American children.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those who oppose will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Winslow, no. Torbett, no. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 41 having voted in the affirmative and 72 in the negative. The amendment fails. Representative Servania will be recognized again to send forth Amendment AMT 52 V7. Clerk will read.
Representative Servania moves to amend the bill AMT-52 V7.
The lady from Wake, Representative Servania, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you again, Speaker Hall. I'm expressing my concern regarding the proposed $4 million in reoccurring funds allocated to the UNC School of Civic Life and Leadership for the upcoming fiscal years. Our chamber, the Senate, and the UNC system already has taken steps to eliminate diversity, equity, and inclusion policies and positions to ensure that our academic institutions remain centered in unbiased education. This significant reoccurring investment warrants thorough scrutiny, especially in light of the recent legislative actions aimed to promote institutional neutrality within our public education system and our public universities. The continuation of this new school was a response to balancing the previous DEI programs on campus. UNC Chapel Hill has already completed their elimination of all DEI programs and released all their DEI staff in September of 2024. So this raises a question about redundancy and the effective use of our appropriations that we all know are so thin this year. So we must ask ourselves, are we creating an overlapping program that is inadvertently reintroducing the very bias we sought to eliminate? Furthermore, with pressing needs in areas such as public safety on campus, which we have debated even before the elimination of DEI in our past couple of years, we must prioritize funding in initiatives that deliver tangible benefits of public safety on our campuses. So this amendment reappropriates that funding to public safety for the whole UNC system. As state legislators, we are to champion fiscal responsibility and prudent stewardship of our taxpayer dollars. So allocating $4 million annually to continue this academic program does not align with our commitment and in responsible governance and neutral university education. So I urge my colleagues to support this appropriation. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Stokes, Representative Hall, rise?
To debate the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the amendment.
Members, I ask that you vote against this amendment. UNC Chapel Hill has already got the School of Civic Life kicked up, and it's a very popular school. And I just would ask that you vote against this amendment. It is very well intentioned to boost public safety at UNC Chapel Hill, but to eliminate this school altogether is just not good policy. So I'd ask that you vote against the amendment.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Terry Brown, aye. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 43 having voted in the affirmative and 69 in the negative. The amendment fails. Representative Clark will be recognized to send forth Amendment ATR 10V2. The clerk will read.
Representative Clark moves to amend the bill, ATR-10V2.
Lady from Gilbert, Representative Clark is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, sir. So on page 11 of the budget, it is requesting that we drain the Medicaid contingency reserve. This is $976.5 million, and the proposal is to transfer it to the State Emergency Response and Disaster Relief Fund. So again, moving one pot of funds, rainy day funds, to another. Given all of the uncertainty at the federal level, this is the top thing that I hear about from constituents is the concern about Medicaid coverage. So I believe it is prudent of us to keep this fund intact for whatever may happen. Now, part of the funds was being allocated to Helene relief efforts, and I am very supportive of that, having been raised in Brevard and Asheville. So this amendment recommends that we retain all of the Medicaid contingency fund except for the $200 million that can still go to the Helene relief so we can continue doing that work. And I just want to say restoring the $770 million gives North Carolina families the confidence that we need to ensure healthcare costs remain accessible and affordable. As a mother, I do want to point out 21% of U.S. women of reproductive age were insured through Medicaid. That's even higher for 31% for Black women, 28% for Hispanics. Medicaid covers 4 of every 10 births in America. And 41% of our children and 61% of our nursing home residents are covered through Medicaid. We have to keep this funding. We don't know what's going to happen at the federal level, so this is smart of us at the state to keep this fund intact. I hope you support this amendment. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Forsyth, Representative Lambeth, rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask that this be turned down as well. There's a couple of issues that
gentleman's recognized to debate the amendment.
A couple of issues she raised. One's the federal issues, and we'll deal with that once we know what those federal issues are. We've tried to consolidate some of the reserves. There's adequate reserves, savings reserve and others, so I don't feel like this is actually a benefit at all, so I would suggest you turn this down.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 46 having voted in the affirmative and 68 in the negative. The amendment fails. Members, we're now on our 10th amendment. Chair believes, Chair will count that to confirm, but if this is the 10th one, this will be the last one we do before our lunch break. So the Chair anticipates the schedule being essentially that we will take an hour-and-a-half break from the time that we break after this amendment momentarily. So the Chair will give an exact time once we get this amendment resolved, and we'll come back in at that point and continue on with the amendments that you see on your dashboard. And Chair understands there were some other amendments that were put forth and maybe various timing issues. So Chair is going to talk to Representative Reeves after during our lunch break and see what we can get worked out. With that, Representative Crawford is recognized to send forth Amendment AMT 24B5. The clerk will read.
Representative Crawford moves to amend the bill. AMT-24V5.
The lady from Wake, Representative Crawford, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment adds a small provision to existing law related to publicizing school-based OT and PT salary schedules and requires the local boards of education to submit their salary schedule report by October 15th of each year with additional reporting requirements to the Joint Legislative Education Oversight Committee. This is a simple transparency bill related to OT, PT salary schedules, and I hope you will support it.
For what purpose the gentleman from Forsyth, Representative Lamp, rise?
To debate that amendment.
The gentleman is recognized to debate the amendment.
Mr. Speaker and colleagues, this one is fine. We think this is a reasonable request, so I would suggest you do vote this one up.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Sylvania, aye. Terry Brown, aye. Clerk will wipe machine to record the vote. 112 having voted in the affirmative and 3 in the negative. The amendment is adopted. Members, those are all the amendments that we're going to take up for now. Again, as the chair said, we're going to break for about an hour and a half. So the chair anticipates we will come back to session at 1:15 p.m. Just before you, members, hang tight before you leave. Hang on. For what purpose, the gentleman from Forsyth, Representative Lambeth, rise.
Quick announcement.
Gentleman's recognized for an announcement.
You've seen that we will have an appropriation meetings, and maybe there's a little confusion about when that will be. It will be after we finish the budget today and do all the votes. We need to have an appropriations committee because we're going to be running the Helene bill so that we can bring that back to the floor tomorrow to vote that out before we take a break. So hang with us. We're going to be in 643 after the budget is completely debated, amendments resolved, and a vote. We will go over to 643 and deal with the Helene bill.
Members, I think I said 1:15. I meant 2:15. 2:15 p.m. It's a long day. A lot of things going on up here. For what purpose, the gentleman from Columbus, Representative Jones, arise.
For an announcement.
Gentleman's recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Republicans, take you a lunch break. We will have caucus at 1:30 and 12:28. Be prompt, be there 1:30.
For what purpose, the lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Helfrich, arise.
For a brief announcement.
Ladies recognized for an announcement.
Just letting everyone know that the athletic directors and coaches who are here from across the state will be gathering in the 1300 quad right now during the break. I encourage everyone to come by and visit with them and thank them for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you. For what purpose is the lady from Guilford, Representative Harrison, arise?
A question of Representative Lambeth regarding Appropriations Committee.
Representative Lambeth, does the gentleman yield to that question?
I do.
He yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Lambeth. Are we going to be able to see that bill in advance of the committee?
I believe it has been now posted. Is that correct? Yes. They're giving me the thumbs up. It has been posted.
Thank you.
You should be able to look at that.
Any further notices, announcements, or questions for the body before the House goes into recess until 2:15 p.m., at which time the House will reconvene and continue to take up the Appropriations Act and the amendments. Seeing none, the chair now declares the House in recess to reconvene at 2:15 p.m., subject to the standard stipulations set forth in Rule 15.1. Come back to order. Sergeant at Arms, if you will, open the door. Tell members the House is coming back to order. We'll give members a second to get back in the chamber. If you're outside the chamber, members, if you will, come back into the chamber. Folks are back in their seats. Chair believes y'all will probably stay there for the next several hours. Don't stray far. We'll go ahead and go back into the calendar. Representative Ball is recognized to send forth Amendment AMT 50V5. The clerk will read.
Representative Ball moves to amend the bill AMT 50V5.
Lady from Wake, Representative Ball is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was waiting for a printout, but I'll just wing it from here.
Well, does the lady wish to displace her amendment momentarily?
If you don't mind, I think I sent it to the printer. But
Do you have your other amendment that comes right after this one?
okay, we'll start with that one.
You have that one? Okay. So the chair will displace the amendment AMT 50V5, and we'll move to the next amendment, ANG 31V6. Representative Ball is recognized to send that forth. Clerk will read.
Representative Ball moves to amend the bill ANG 31V6.
Ladies recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've all been concerned about the teacher pipeline, our retention programs, and so forth. What this bill will do is take $100,000, just $100,000, to help address this problem by supporting a tried and true program with the Foundation for Public School Children called the Teacher Cadet Program. These programs go into the high schools and bring the students who are interested and find some that may not have already been interested into programs to help encourage them to become teachers. And I ask for your support. I think this is probably about the best return on investment that we can make with $100,000.
Gentleman from Columbus, Representative Jones is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to ask for a no vote on this. Speaking with the chairs, it's a funding source issue, as a few of the amendments have been, so I would ask for a no vote on this, please.
Lady from Wake, Representative Ball is recognized to debate the amendment a second time. The chair presumes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The source of funds is coming from the Workforce Diploma Program, and that's a very large program, and I understand that taking $100,000 from that will not in any way negatively impact that program. So I ask for your green vote and appreciate so much the support for our teachers of tomorrow. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine record the vote. 42 having voted in the affirmative and 60 in the negative. The amendment fails. Representative Ball, Chair will come back to you in your other amendment momentarily when you get a paper copy. If you'll just let me know when you get that. Mr. Clerk, Representative Belk will be recognized to send forth Amendment AMQA 18V2. The clerk will read.
Representative Belk moves to amend the bill AMQA 18V2.
Lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Belk is recognized to debate the bill. The amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment shifts $1 million for next year's Glober Trans Park Hangar Project allocation to the Charlotte Museum of Nature for infrastructure, parking, and utilities at their new location. With this investment, we'll help the Charlotte Museum of Nature fulfill the promise of educating and inspiring school children from all over the Metrolina region. Thank you. Appreciate your green vote.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Guilford, Representative Brockman, arise?
Yes, sir. Can I please switch my vote to from on SJR 763 to no?
Mr. Clerk, did you get that? So ordered. The gentleman from Columbus, Representative Jones, recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to ask you to vote no on this as well, because this would be categorized as a member project, moving money from a designated place already. So a no vote on this one as well.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Representatives Jeffers, Representative Hawkins, Representative Greenfield. Members wish to be recorded. Chair will wait on Representative Austin. Clerk will, like machine, record the vote. 43 having voted in the affirmative and 60 in the negative. The amendment fails. Representative Dahl is recognized to send forth an amendment ALM 28V1. Clerk will read.
Representative Dahl moves to amend the bill, ALM 28V1.
Lady from Wake, Representative Dahl is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, good. Let's do it before Representative Arp gets back. So, it's not here. So all this would do is it would change the part talking about the move of the State Board of Elections. What I would ask is that we wait until the court case litigation is over and then move, because it's going to cost about $2 million to move. If the court litigation comes back and says it's unconstitutional move, then we got to pay for them to move all the way back. So it's just a little switch. They just have to wait until litigation is over, because, you know, of course, we're in the process of suing you guys, but still, I don't want to waste the $2 million. So I'm trying just to find a solution that everybody can work with. Thank you, and I expect a green vote.
Representative Dahl, you know, a dismissal would probably save you all a lot of time and money as well while we're at it. I don't know. Gentleman from Columbus, Representative Jones, recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, but thank you. So I'm going to ask for a no vote on this. Thanks a lot.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine record the vote. 46 having voted in the affirmative and 58 in the negative. The amendment fails. Representative Greenfield is recognized to send forth amendment ANJ 6V3. Clerk will read.
Representative Greenfield moves to amend the bill, ANJ-6V3.
The lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Greenfield, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think as we've all been hearing, the DMV really does need to have some work done, and we know that Governor Stein and the new commissioner is working together. But I have heard something that could be really easy fix and only cost $1. And that is to add more languages for the written test, so that the DMV workers do not have to try to find translators, which slows down the process. So this amendment is just really adding languages that most states already have on their DMV website, and it actually really shouldn't cost anything, but we threw in $1. So I hope you guys will vote for this. It will help make a difference at the DMV.
The gentleman from Johnson, Representative Strickland, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The chairs have reviewed this amendment, and we encourage you to vote it down. It does have an unknown cost.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Guilford, Representative Quick, rise.
To debate the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized to debate the amendment.
I rise in support of this amendment. In Guilford County, we have been working with various communities as relates to getting additional languages on our DMV materials. The anecdotal account is told of a lady who did not speak English, but who went to take her test at the DMV several times and simply memorized the answers and was able to pass the test by memorizing the answers, which is not safe for us. There are those who live in our communities who desire to drive on our streets to get to jobs, to provide for their families. And this, as Representative Greenfield said, this measure would allow more of our citizens to contribute to our state. And I would ask that you would please vote yes on this amendment.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment. Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 46 having voted in the affirmative and 59 in the negative. The amendment fails. Representative Greenfield will be recognized to send forth Amendment ANL 18V3. The clerk will read.
Representative Greenfield moves to amend the bill ANL-18V3.
Lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Greenfield, is recognized to debate the amendment if the lady is ready. The chair can displace this Representative Greenfield if the lady needs a minute. Is the lady ready to debate your other amendment?
I was told that this amendment wasn't going to make it through. Has that changed?
Sometimes it's best not to look a gift horse in the mouth, as they say, but we'll displace it momentarily. I'll give the lady a second to take a look at it. And Representative Arp's not in here. Maybe he can take a look at it as well. I'll come back to you in just a second. Let me displace it because I caught you off guard. We'll come back to it. So we'll displace that amendment. We'll move on down to Representative Harrison's amendment. Representative Harrison recognized send forth Amendment ANI 34V1. The clerk will read.
Representative Harrison moves to amend the bill ANI-34V1.
The lady from Guilford, Representative Harrison, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, my amendment will remove the 5 staffers assigned to EMC, the Environmental Management Commission, in the proposed budget, page D48, and use some of that money to restore the environmental justice positions in DEQ. The remainder would go to dam, inundation, and landslide mapping. The Senate budget had inundation mapping in their budget, but there's none in the House. We heard a lot of discussion in the Agriculture, Natural, and Environment Committee about the need for updated mapping as a result of the damage from Helene, and maybe some of that's in the package that's coming this afternoon. But I would like to explain why. The EMC is currently staffed by DEQ, and the attorneys assigned to EMC come from the Attorney General from the Department of Justice, and that's the way it's been. And we have similar commissions, the Coastal Resources Commission, Marine Fisheries Commission, Sedimentation Erosion Control Commission. That's how they've all operated. So this is very strange to have 5 specific staff members assigned to the Environmental Management Commission. And I, at the risk of beating a dead horse, I will remind folks that these were also some appointments that were taken away from the governor, and so some are, so the control is now no longer in the governor's office. So this is like starting a whole separate environmental regulatory commission, independent, with independent staff. And And it doesn't really make any sense. It may be a separation of powers issue, so we may have a constitutional issue again. It looks like we might be running afoul of the EPA's memorandum of understanding of how we operate some of these delegated programs, and those might get sent back to the EPA. And I just one of these positions that are being eliminated are really important community outreach positions in the environmental justice program, and they connect with community members when there's a permit application and making sure that especially in these rural areas, that folks are informed about what's going on in terms of a potential project in their district. One of the positions is a Title VI coordinator, which is federally required. So there are all kinds of reasons that these 5 positions that are currently proposed in the budget are a terrible idea, and I think that we could use that $700,000 to restore the 2 EJ positions and to enhance the inundation mapping and the landside mapping. Thank you. I appreciate your support. Sorry for the long-winded explanation.
The gentleman from Union, Representative Arps, recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to speak to the amendment. This is I'd ask that you vote the amendment down. We've actually received a letter from the EPA reaffirming North Carolina's long-standing history of faithfully applying the delegated review from the federal government in these areas. There's no qualms about setting up with the staff or the EMC. I ask that you vote this down. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 46 having voted in the affirmative and 65 in the negative. The amendment fails. Members, the chair understands. Representative Ball, lady has a copy of her amendment now. Okay, we'll go ahead and go back to that. Representative Ball is recognized to send forth Amendment AMT 50V5. Clerk will read. And strike that. It's actually already before the body. We already read it in, so we're now back on it's Amendment A11S, AMT 50V5, Representative Ball's amendment. Representative Ball, the lady is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think all of us have been concerned for many years about the need to address our teacher pipeline and the retention issues within our teaching in our classroom. With less and less students entering the profession and the problems with so many of our teachers leaving after the first year, and even as many as half leaving after 5 years. We know many things from the results of the work we've done and the work we've been doing with our allied groups to address the crisis. On-the-job learning and comprehensive induction into the teaching profession between the first and second years of teaching through special support is shown to be where the most gains in teacher effectiveness are realized. Of great concern also is that the personnel cost associated with teacher attrition are $12,500 per teacher and going up. This is an old number. We have a serious, even a crisis of teacher vacancies, and we've responded by creating other avenues where individuals may enter the profession through using substitute teachers, which is not a good solution, and through alternative teaching licensure. We have recognized the great work of the North Carolina New Teacher Support Program by providing them with recurring funds for many years of in excess of $3 million in our last mini budgets. And they have shown us that the return on investment for our return on our investments have been remarkable. This amendment would ask the program to address the specific needs, and these are very specific needs, of those who are working with alternative licenses, especially in Tier 1 counties, using the tried and true methodology of the New Teacher Support Program. Given that these teachers have not been in the classroom before, the special attention and support they have indicated that they need can be provided. These support funds would support a program of support in the first 3 years when attrition is so prevalent, as I previously mentioned, where these non-traditional teachers receive a focused program of support with, number one, participation in a beginning teaching summit, an assigned instructional coach. And I want to emphasize that. I've talked to many, many teachers and many, many people who are working in the new teacher support program who have said they were teachers who got some extra support from the new teacher support program in their first 3 years, and it was so, so necessary for them. An assigned instructional coach, go back to that, familiar with the region and local school context to guide improvements in the proficiency of teachers in planning, instruction, and assessment that align to improve student success. Third, access to and participation in ongoing career-embedded professional development to meet their emerging needs with consideration of their professional context, in other words, where they came from. And under the economically disadvantaged school support program, of the $4 million provided in our base budget in fiscal year 24-25, 32 schools were eligible to receive funds under the program, including 3 charter schools. Under the modified program that our budget would change, this would only apply to charter schools. We anticipate that only 15 charter schools would be eligible to receive a share of $4 million. So, I maintain and ask you to think about that it's a much better investment to take $1 million in non-recurring funds this year to help the new teacher support program begin this directed program. I have worked to find a source of funds for this outstanding program that would not be negatively impacting on other things that we do care about and want to continue funding. I want to acknowledge and thank the fantastic people at the new teacher support program, and I know many of you know who I'm talking about. They have done a great job. Many of you have, like I, have received an award from them. I am confident that the program can and will deliver for our teachers, their students, their communities, and ultimately North Carolina. I ask for your green vote. Thank you.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Guilford, Representative Quick, rise.
To debate the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like many of you, I come to the North Carolina House from a Board of Education in our state, and I think many of us came and ran for office because of our concerns about education. This body has shown a willingness and an awareness of the needs of our schools, and I support this amendment because one of the most important aspects of our children's education is the teacher in the classroom. In fact, it can be argued that that is the most important aspect of our children's education. New teachers need our support, deserve our support, and I thank Representative Ball for recognizing this, and I would ask for your support for this amendment to undergird and support and give a firm foundation to some of our newest teachers in our most needy communities. Please support this amendment.
The gentleman from Burke, Representative Blackwell, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share Representative Ball's impression that we need to focus on and continue to do more and more to improve our support for our new teachers. But in this instance, we're taking the money to do that from the disadvantaged economically charter schools, and we think that's a mistake. And I would ask the House to say no to this, and I'm certainly open to trying to work further with Representative Ball to see if there are other things we can do. But on this particular amendment, I request that the House vote no.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wake, Representative Jones, arise?
Speak to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized to debate the amendment.
This is the first time I've spoken out here in these discussions on these amendments, but I felt led to do it because education is close to my heart. my grandmother, grandfather, mother, father, wife, all teachers. Teaching is a very, very honorable profession. I have 2 children. Neither of them wants to be a teacher. And I suggest to you that there's a specter haunting public education, and we're going to pay for this eventually. A lot of young people don't want to be teachers. Why? Because we've stopped honoring the profession and stopped really putting our money where our mouths are. We live in a great state. We have a wonderful secondary education system, UNC, Duke, etc. We can name them. But the K through 12 area, where you build your background, where you become who you are educationally, it's beginning to suffer. It's beginning to suffer. You ask young people what do they want to do, and many of them, they're not going to say teacher. And it's going to bite us in the behind eventually, and it's going to be a crisis. We're going to wonder, where are all the teachers? Where did they go? Why don't young people want to teach? This is why. Because we need to keep putting our money where our mouths are. We think it's like it was when we were coming through. Most people in here got a little gray hair in their head. I do. And back then, teachers were up there with ministers and lawyers, etc. But it's not like that anymore. And this crisis is coming, I suggest to you, ladies and gentlemen. It's coming. I can judge by my daughters. They laughed at me when I said, why don't you want to be a teacher? They thought that was funny. It may be funny to them, but it's not so funny to their daddy. And it won't be funny to you after a while when these young people stop going into this field. So I suggest we think about these things. This amendment is probably going to get voted down, but eventually it's going to be a crisis. And we're going to be wondering where are all the teachers, what happened to them. And I suggest we got to start backing our K through 12 education the same way we back education. UNC, East Carolina, we have a fabulous college system, but we're beginning to hurt K through 12. It's going to hurt even more if we don't back these young teachers. Thank you very much. I suggest we vote for this amendment. Thank you.
For what purpose, the lady from Wake, Representative Ball, rise.
To speak to the amendment a second time.
Ladies recognized to debate the amendment a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to go back on and make several points that perhaps I didn't emphasize intensely enough. This program is not for the traditional teacher who comes from an EPP program. We all think they're well-trained and so forth, but even they who've had student teaching, I see one of my colleagues who has been there, are desperate for some help in their first year or 2 or 3. But this particular amendment would ask that program to focus on what we are now having to rely on, which are teachers who are coming to us the non-traditional alternative ways. We all could probably be teaching tomorrow if we wanted to, and then seek licensure. So I'd like us to remember that this is a very special program, already one we have invested in with our more traditional graduates of the EPP programs and in the first 3 years. This will focus on the ones that we are asking, that are asking us to help them. They've never been in front of a class, even a student teaching class. They need help, and I think that the particular source of funds, I did look very hard to try to find one that had the least negative impact, and I believe that the one that I asked for the funds to be taken from is one of those. Let me go back through those numbers. The previous economically disadvantaged school support program that we allocate $4 million provided in our base budget, 32 schools were eligible to receive the funds under the program, public and 3 charters. Under the modified program, that with our budget change only applies to charter schools, staff says that we anticipate that 15 charter schools, only 15, would be eligible to receive a share of the whole $4 million. I can divide that. I'm sure all of you all can too. I think that taking only $1 million from that $4 million amount just for 1 year, seeing how it works, would be a wonderful use of our funds, and I ask again for your green vote.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Representative Goodwin, Jim wish to be recorded. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 46 having voted in the affirmative and 65 in the negative. The amendment fails. Members, we will go back to Representative Greenfield's amendment that was temporarily displaced, Amendment A16, which is ANL 18V3. Representative Greenfield, the lady is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry for the confusion. I thought that the bill was ruled out of order, so I was happy to see the amendment came back in. What this amendment would restore is $6 million to the Mental Health and Substance Abuse Task Force Reserve. And that's just a portion of the $10 million in recurring funds that had been previously cut but already have been approved and allocated by DHHS. In particular, the Projects for Assistance in Transition from Homeless Grants works with homeless veterans to find homes and mental health services. And I believe as we look to celebrate National Military Appreciation Month, funding this amendment would be a wonderful show of support. So I please ask you to vote yes on this amendment for our military people. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Seeing none, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Humphrey, no. Representative Morey, lady wish to be recorded. Clerk will lock machine record the vote. 47 having voted in the affirmative and 65 in the negative. The amendment fails. Members will now go back down in order on your dashboard. Representative Savania is recognized to send forth Amendment AMGA 34V1. Clerk will read.
Representative Savania moves to amend the bill AMGA-34V1.
1 second. For what purpose, gentleman, Pascal Tank, Representative Ward arise? Representative Ward, gentleman, wish to be. Lady from Wake, Representative Savania is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Speaker. This amendment, you've heard already, but I think I needed more explanation from yesterday, in that it directs DHHS in collaboration with the Office of State Health, State Human Resources to define the terms vacant positions and recommend which of those positions should be eliminated to meet cost savings. We talk about often with our Doge and Dave organizations that we just started that we need to not do these things willy-nilly. And we have resources in our state government that can help not only DHHS, but other agencies that have sections in our budget that need to evaluate vacant positions to be terminated. And at first glance, it seems that it's a simple efficiency measure, but the stakes are really high. These vacant positions are not just simple seats. Many of these essential roles, especially in DHHS, this is child welfare, public health, behavioral health. Some are in the phase of hiring already, but others, like we all agree, they're hard to fill, not because they're unnecessary, but because the salaries may be too low to attract qualified professionals, or because the outreach to fill them haven't been robust enough. This is where the state human resources can help with our agencies. We shouldn't confuse hiring challenges with budgetary excess. Let's ask the hard questions. Why are these positions remaining vacant? Is it the problem of low compensation, or a lack of visibility in recruitment, or bureaucratic delays in hiring? If we define vacant too broadly or without nuance, we risk cutting positions that are vital to the health and well-being of all North Carolinians, especially in our rural areas where most of our representatives here represents, and where DHH services are already stretched thin. I support the intent of fiscal responsibility, but I urge that this process be driven by data, context, and transparency. Eliminating a position because it's just vacant without understanding why is not a solution. It's a risk. It's a risk to all of us and all the people we represent. So let's do this thoughtfully. Let's have our own human resource professionals at OSHR help our departments determine what cuts should be done, and support the amendment, and I ask for your consideration. Thank you.
The gentleman from Forsyth, Representative Lambeth, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the surface, this does seem to be fairly simple, but in talking to the agency, this actually takes away their flexibility, and they're more concerned about doing that than, and I would recommend leaving this as a no, and giving them the flexibility that they need.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Hawkins, aye. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 44 having voted in the affirmative and 67 in the negative. The amendment fails. Representative Cervania is recognized to send forth Amendment AMGA 38V2. The clerk will read.
Representative Cervania moves to amend the bill, AMGA-38V2.
Lady from Wake, Representative Cervania is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you again, Speaker Hall. I ask for your support on responsible investments of the opioid abatement reserve into frontline responses that address the ongoing opioid crisis in North Carolina. The amendment is not just about dollars, it's about lives. And let me go backwards a little bit. I do want to thank Representative Crawford, Representative Lambeth, Representative Davis, Representative Miller, and Pirtle, because they should not be named Myrtle, because they are two wonderful men, and Representative Green for helping me through this, along with Mr. Collins and Luke at Fiscal. But I still wanted to put this amendment forward. It redirects resources that are in most need, organizations that are proven to be helping people and their families during opioid crisis. Among the most vital provisions in this is funding for intranasal opioid antagonists, so much so that first responders and health agencies can reverse deadly overdoses in a matter of seconds. We took this out, we really need to put it back in. We already also talked about putting into Tier 1 and Tier 2 LME MCOs, but the major part of this amendment is actually rebalancing our state investment, shifting funds from less transparent and underperforming grantee programs and directing them to high-impact nonprofits and county initiatives that have already demonstrated success, transparency, and commitment to evidence-based care. These include Monarch, Coastal Horizons, McLeod, Cabarrus Public Health. They're on the front lines in reducing this harm. And we know of those areas that represent these organizations, they've done so much good for our communities. So this is not trying to pit recovery programs against each other. We just need to prioritize accountability. We need to put our money where people are getting results. So I ask for your support on this because we need to deliver outcomes. Outcomes for the people who are going through opioid crisis and reduce overdose deaths, having faith-based treatments along with medicated assisted treatments, and make sure that those who are going through opioid crisis has a continuum of care. Thank you.
The gentleman from Forsyth, Representative Lambeth, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The full chair has actually assigned a working committee to actually get together and allocate the opioid money that was the House share. And we decided that we would get a cross-section of representatives, and they actually spent several weeks in looking at, talking to counties, agencies, and they made a recommendation which we ultimately included in the budget. So this would actually take the money and reallocate it. I would recommend that we not do that. We turn this amendment down.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will light machine record the vote. 44 having voted the affirmative and 67 in the negative. The amendment fails. Representative Hawkins is recognized to send forth Amendment ALU 29V4. The clerk will read.
Representative Hawkins moves to amend the bill ALU-29V4.
The gentleman from Durham, Representative Hawkins, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate the opportunity to bring forth this amendment. This amendment is to establish a commission on youth mentoring. There's no additional resources that are needed to do this. I think, as we know, young people are struggling across the state of North Carolina. And while we are doing our best to put teachers in the classroom and provide resources for nonprofits and technology, third spaces and third people that are outside of their families, organizations that are supported by Boys and Girls Club and other trusted organizations and communities across the state. They're doing their best, but we need so much more. We need the ability to have a set of organizations that come together and people that represent those organizations to outline the best ways to do mentoring across North Carolina and to help make sure that mentoring is embedded in every community from Murphy to Manteo. It doesn't matter what your background, what the color of your skin is, what you bring to the table in any way, it is helpful to have a mentor. Young men in particular are not achieving in the ways that they need to, and we find that those who have mentors exponentially perform better academically. Their achievement in the ways of behavior are increased, and the ability for them to lead successful lives, and also the ability to reduce mental health issues. And so I'm asking this body not for money today, but money will come eventually. But the ability to send the signal that we're open to support those and to create a commission across the state of organizations who come together to make sure that we outline how best to do this and to be able to help people when they need it most, especially young people. So I ask for your support. Glad to answer any questions.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Burke, Representative Blackwell, arise?
Speak on the amendment.
You're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would establish a grant program for small and medium-sized youth nonprofit mentoring organizations. However, there's nothing in the bill specifically to provide a source of funding for the grants. It simply says the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Service will allocate monies to fund the work. I'm not sure that's an adequate way to set up this new commission, and I would recommend that in this form of the amendment be turned down and the House vote no.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wake, Representative Jones, arise?
To speak to the amendment.
You're recognized to speak to the amendment.
You know, in 18 years on the bench, I saw a lot of young men come through. And what would almost make you cry was a lack of daddies. Fathers were missing. Many, many fathers missing. Not knocking the moms and the aunts and the grandmamas, but they were missing, a lot of the men. Now, this concept is just a concept now. Doesn't have any money to it, but I think we would simply endorse it. We can get the money down the road, but there's a need out there. And I tell you, we're paying in another way. We're paying in the jails and in these other places, because these young men, unguided, go off course. And the courts don't do much with it. You don't have many tools in the courts. Send them to jail, put them on probation. That's your choices, pretty much. And I think we need to get beyond that. And this is a step toward getting beyond that. Doesn't hurt anything. We can fill in the blanks later, but just get the concept that we as a body know there's a problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Durham, Representative Hawkins, arise?
To speak to the amendment a second time.
You're recognized to speak to the amendment a second time.
I wanted to just clarify for my dear colleague, Representative Blackwell, that the reason for setting it up this way is that it takes about a year. I mean, many of you have helped to establish commissions and task force and things like that. The process for selection and finding people and sort of figuring out organization is going to take a while. And while we are in the throes of a tight fiscal climate in North Carolina, the ability to establish the commission before we get to the grants portion was the goal for today. And so I didn't want there to be any misinformation about that part, that yes, it will eventually establish a grants program, but today the ability to stay within sort of our fiscal constraints, but to make sure that we're moving forward the purpose of mentoring. Again, we're paying for it every single day when young people don't have access to someone. There are waiting list upon waiting list in nonprofits across the state of North Carolina right now. And I know each of you have probably been touched by a mentor and or still have a mentor, and you understand what that means to your life. And so while I understand that piece, I want to make sure that I clarify it, but I do want to ask that you vote for it because it does give us the ability to start, establish, and then come back in subsequent biennium to talk about what the grants program looks like, because we didn't want to put forth that we needed an amount that we didn't know that we needed. And so we wanted to make sure that the experts who knew that work the best could tell us. So thank you, and I hope that you will vote no. I won't say expect, I hope. Thank you.
Question for the House is the adoption of Amendment A20 sent forward by Representative Hawkins. All in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 62 having voted in the negative and 47 in the affirmative. The amendment fails. Representative Hawkins is recognized to send forth Amendment ALU-33V1. The clerk will read.
Representative Hawkins moves to amend the bill ALU-33V1.
Representative Hawkins, you're recognized to explain your amendment.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate it. This amendment is slightly different. This is a study, which means that they, again, is an opportunity for us to learn what we don't know. And what we do know in North Carolina is there is a child care shortage. We do not have enough adequate child care no matter where you live in the state of North Carolina. And as someone who is pro-business, what is happening is this is affecting workforce. We have companies that are coming into our cities, especially districts like mine, where we have RTP with an RTP, and you have parents who cannot both work and afford childcare, and that's just not right in the great state of North Carolina. And part of the issue with childcare being affordable, it's not affordable or accessible for the companies and the childcare providers. And so one thing that the state of North Carolina has is space, and lots of underutilized space. And so what this is asking is that the state of North Carolina does a study per its sort of major spaces, North Carolina community colleges, K-12, et cetera, to see what is available and to think through what that process looks like, along with recommendations for how we best can use this, not only for childcare, but eventually for other things, but right now to help solve the childcare crisis. I know this is happening. Some conversations are, of course, happening in the Senate. I know that the governor has set up a childcare task force. This is something that each of you hear about in your communities. The cost is too high for everyday families. It's hurting workforce. It's hurting North Carolina's output. But most importantly, we don't have more safe places, high quality places to send our children. And this is a problem with the space that we have in North Carolina that can be used for that purpose. And so again, this is a study for anyone that's going to get up and speak to this bill. And it is complete, and this is exactly the way that it was written, so that we could come back to this General Assembly, figure out the best ways to help North Carolina during this crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Richmond, Representative Moss, arise?
Debate the bill.
You recognize to debate the amendment?
Yes, sir. I'd have to agree with my colleague across the aisle. It seems to be that we're in a crisis right now when it comes to child care. And with this being a study, I see no reason why I should not support it. I'm being drastically affected in the Tier 1 area that I live in, so I will be supporting the amendment since it is a study.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Union, Representative Arp, arise?
I speak to the amendment.
You're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, and I appreciate my colleague and good friend, Representative Hawkins, for bringing this bill. We actually filed a bill that looked at that, and as we actually dropped the bill because in our discussions with DOA and the other state agencies, it was just unworkable. They didn't have an interest, quite frankly, and it was unworkable in trying to actually implement and how much the state space is. You get in problems with the Umstead Act and how do we do various things. So we actually dropped the bill because of the difficulties involved in that. We have put into this budget many other child care initiatives and trying to find critical solutions. I would ask my colleagues to vote against this because of the feedback we have gotten and the difficulties in implementing child care into state and local agencies.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question for the House is the adoption of Amendment A21 from Representative Hawkins. All in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 49 having voted in the affirmative and 57 in the negative. The amendment is not adopted. At this time, we will have Amendment AN07-V6. Representative Hawkins, the clerk will read.
Representative Hawkins moves to amend the bill, ANO-7V6.
Representative Hawkins, you're recognized to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is not because of the last two amendments not moving forward, but in conversation with one of my colleagues, we decided to pull this amendment so that we could send it to local LEAs. But I'm glad to speak to it if people need explanation. But I had planned to pull
If you plan to pull it,
this amendment.
We'll pull it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Amendment is withdrawn. At this time, we will have Amendment AMQ-16V18. Clerk will read.
Representative Lambeth moves to amend the bill, AMQ-16V18.
The gentleman from Forsyth, Representative Lambeth, is recognized to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, this is what we refer to as the chair's amendment. There are a number, you've noticed we've been in and out, we've been working on and listening to a number of colleagues. There's a variety of things in this bill, also trying to move a few things around, trying to...
Representative Lambeth, pardon me, we need to displace that amendment for
Okay.
time being. Members, we will now have Amendment AMQA-17-V-3. The clerk will read.
Representative Logan moves to amend the bill AMQA-17V3.
The lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Logan, is recognized to explain the amendment. Representative Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment, of course, we've heard this one before. Last time the amendment did pass, but it didn't make it into the budget. This amendment asks for the fuel pumps, the above-ground fuel pumps, to be placed at the H5 office of the North Carolina State Highway Patrol in Huntersville, and that they get the also get the air compressor so they can fill their tires. This station has been there for about 15 years now, and they still do not have their own fuel station, and they have to drive for some distance to fuel their vehicles. As we know, Mecklenburg County has a huge traffic problem. They're surrounded by I-77, I-485, and they have to drive to the other side of Mecklenburg County over into the Matthews area on the outer loop of 485 to fuel their cars. And at times when traffic is really backed up, that could cause an extreme problem from them because they need to be on the roadway investigating crashes and helping stranded motorists and any other issues that they are supposed to be doing as part of their duties. They need these air stations and above ground pumps, which causes no problems to the environment, which I learned of by one of my colleagues, Representative Clampett, because I didn't have any idea about an above ground pump until he told me that fire stations are using them around the areas. So I ask for your green vote so that our troopers can fuel their vehicles at their stations, as all the stations around the state have their own fueling stations and are able to fuel their cars as they start their duties. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Columbus, Representative Jones, arise?
Debate the amendment.
You're recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do respect the lady's spirit of this amendment, and we are working through with the Highway Patrol now on some of the aging facilities. This was not one of the ones that was brought upon the radar this time, and I am committed to work with her to try to make sure that each one of our Highway Patrol facilities get exactly what they need, but this time I need to ask to vote no on this amendment.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question for the House is the amendment sent forth by Representative Logan, A24. All in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the vote. 47 have voted in the affirmative and 60 in the negative. The amendment has not been adopted. At this time, we'll have Amendment ANBA-21V5. The clerk will read.
Representative Logan moves to amend the bill ANBA-21V5.
Representative Logan, the lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Logan is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is for the North Carolina Technology Coalition Strategic Support Fund. This is the Technology Coalitions, which was for clusters, hubs, centers for excellence. They prove to drive strategic regional economic development and growth through public partnership. The Department of Commerce is in on this, and the universities around the state of North Carolina. And so it's going to be about $1.5 million that's going to come from the federal infrastructure to help with this. So I ask for your green vote.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Johnston, Representative Strickland, arise?
Speak to the amendment.
You recognize to speak on the amendment.
The chairs have reviewed this amendment, and we're concerned with the funding source. It identifies in the amendment that $1.5 million would be taken out of the Tobacco Trust Fund, and we would ask that you vote down this amendment.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question before the House is the passage of Amendment A25 sent forward by Representative Logan. All in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 45 and have voted in the affirmative and 62 in the negative. The amendment is not adopted. At this time, we will hear amendment number ANH-20-5V5. Representative Logan, the clerk will read.
Representative Logan moves to amend the bill ANH-20V5.
The lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Logan, is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to ask for universal free lunch and meals in our public schools across North Carolina. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Union, Representative Arp, arise?
Speak to the amendment.
You're recognized to speak on the amendment.
The problem with this is that we can't expand feeding children by taking away parents' right. This takes money away from the Opportunity Scholarship, and you can't feed children that are denied a place to go to school. So I ask you vote to amend it down.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question for the House is adoption of Amendment A26 sent forward by Representative Logan. All in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 46 having voted the affirmative and 61 in the negative. The amendment fails. This time we will hear Amendment AMR-27-V-1. Representative Longus, the clerk will read.
Representative Longus moves to amend the bill AMR-27V1.
The gentleman from Wake, Representative Longus, you're recognized to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, ladies and gentlemen, this amendment does two things. One, it raises the minimum wage in North Carolina, which is long overdue. And two, it raises the minimum wage for tipped workers in particular to 50% of the minimum wage established under this section. Just to give some context for why this is so important, North Carolina has not raised the minimum wage since the federal minimum wage was raised in 2009. That puts the minimum wage currently at $7.25 an hour. If the minimum wage had kept up with inflation since then, it'd be at $11 per hour. At $7.25 per hour, the minimum wage, in fact, a family with two folks working full-time with two kids would earn $30,160, which is below the federal poverty line. This would create modest increases in the minimum wage until it reached $13.50 an hour by the end of the decade. It starts out at $9 an hour, so it's not even rushing to that. We've said that this budget is good for working families. I'd encourage us to make sure it is by voting for this amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Union, Representative Arp, arise?
Speak on the amendment.
Recognized to speak on the amendment.
This is a policy difference, difference on the philosophical basis of that. And what I'd ask my colleagues to do is vote this down. In our budget, we recognized by reducing the amount of tax on tips already that we're trying to help every American and North Carolina citizen, but I'd ask that you vote this down.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question for the House is the adoption of Amendment A27 from Representative Longus. All in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 46 having voted in the affirmative and 63 in the negative. The amendment fails. At this time, we'll hear Amendment ALUA-26-V-6 from Representative Lopez. The clerk will read.
Representative Lopez moves to amend the bill ALUA-26 V6.
The gentleman from Mecklenburg, Representative Lopez, is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is a relatively small amount of money that we're asking for, $150,000 to go to an organization in the Charlotte-Mecklenburg area named The Bulb. The Bulb primarily seeks to address food insecurity through a food program and a mobile market. The overwhelming majority of the people they serve are over the age of 45. The overwhelming majority of the people they serve earn less than $45,000 a year. This $150,000 grant to this organization is a well-targeted and will have a large impact, across the Charlotte-Mecklenburg region. If you care about ensuring people have access to food, as well as supporting our local farms, I urge a green vote. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Union, Representative Arpa, rise?
To speak to the amendment.
You're recognized to speak on the amendment.
I believe that I would ask that you vote this down. We have in their budget actually expanded food opportunities as best we can within the constraints of the budget. And this is a program from Mecklenburg County which is adequately able to address this on a local basis.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mecklenburg, Representative Lopez, arise?
To speak on the bill a second time.
You're recognized to speak on the amendment a second time.
And I appreciate the gentleman from Union County's remarks, and there are funds in there to Mecklenburg County's Second Harvest Food Bank, but just want to acknowledge that that food bank serves over 24 counties, 10 of which are not even in the state of North Carolina. This funding is, again, well-targeted, and it's a small amount of money comparatively speaking that would have an outsized impact. So thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Chatham, Representative Reeves, arise?
To debate the amendment.
You're recognized to debate the amendment.
And I would just ask for support of the amendment. I would just say that I think we passed a bill that said that cities can't take their money and do programs like this, and I'm not sure, but I know we passed something about that was affecting Durham, so I think that's actually going to be part of what Representative Lopez is trying to address, is that we took that right away from them, so we can't then turn around and say, you guys figure out how to do it on your own, because we tried to take that right away from them. And so I would ask you to support it, since policy-wise we made a decision that cities shouldn't be able to take the money from their actual cities and spend it on programs such as this. So please support the amendment.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question for the House is the adoption of Amendment A28 sent forward by Representative Lopez. All in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 46 having voted in the affirmative and 65 in the negative. The amendment fails. At this time, we will have Amendment ALUA-27-V-3. Representative Lopez, the clerk will read.
Representative Lopez moves to amend the bill. ALUA-27V3.
The gentleman from Mecklenburg, Representative Lopez, is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. This is another amendment hoping to address the food insecurity issue that we have here in Mecklenburg County, but really across the state. As we know, it affects 1 in 6 people who live in this state. Nourish Up is an organization that serves people across the county, primarily those who have been referred to them by professionals such as a social worker, a medical professional, or a clergy member of their house of worship. They provide direct food service such as Meals on Wheels and grocery access to elderly residents. They were a recipient of the USDA federal food emergency grant that was cut earlier this year by the federal administration. What this amendment seeks to do is take $1 million over the course of the biennium to try to replace just a fraction of the federal funding they used to receive to ensure people can eat. So again, if you want to help ensure people can eat across this great state, and especially Mecklenburg County, I urge your green vote. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Union, Representative Arpa, rise?
Speak, unfortunately, again to ask you on the amendment.
You're recognized to speak on the amendment.
And I ask that you vote this down again. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question for the House is the adoption of Amendment A29 sent forward by Representative Lopez. All in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 44 having voted in the affirmative and 63 in the negative. The amendment is not adopted. This time we will hear Amendment AMGA-30-V-8. Representative Lopez, the clerk will read.
Representative Lopez moves to amend the bill. AMGA-30V8.
The gentleman from Mecklenburg, Representative Lopez, is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask you all to ask for you all's support of this amendment that would take $4 million and appropriate it to the Division of Public Health and the Department of Health and Human Services for, to raise the income eligibility for the AIDS Drug Assistance Program, otherwise known as ADAP, to 400% of the federal poverty level. Mecklenburg County is disproportionately affected by HIV diagnosis compared to the rest of the state. Out of all 120 House districts, the 112th has the 10th highest incidence rate of HIV. The 9th, 8th, 7th, and number 1 House districts are also located in Mecklenburg County, but this would have an outsized impact on the rest of the state. We have what is effectively a cure in programs like this, so long as we choose to fund them. I urge your support and green vote. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Union, Representative Arpa, rise?
To ask to speak to the amendment.
You're recognized to speak on the amendment.
I'd ask that the members vote this amendment down.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question before the House is the adoption of Amendment A30 sent forward by Representative Lopez. All in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 45 having voted in the affirmative and 63 in the negative. The amendment fails. This time we will hear Amendment ANI-35-V-1 by Representative Lopez. The clerk will read.
Representative Lopez moves to amend the bill. ANI-35V1.
The gentleman from Mecklenburg, Representative Lopez, is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, we all know that next year is the semiquincentennial or 250th birthday of the United States of America, so I rise for the final time today to ask for your support of this amendment that would direct $500,000 to the Charlotte Museum of History to secure an America 250 exhibit that will be highly immersive, engaging, and, to be honest, fun in celebrating and teaching the history of the Revolutionary War. The places, the events, the people who were crucially important to the foundation of our nation will be accessible to all, not only to those in Charlotte, but for our region and across our state for at least the next 20 years. Like so many of you, I look forward to celebrating our nation's 250th birthday next year. I urge your green vote, and with those, I invite you to the Charlotte Museum of History to celebrate America 250 with us next year. Please vote green. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Stokes, Representative Hall, rise?
To debate the amendment.
You're recognized to speak on the amendment.
I ask you to vote against the amendment. I'm sure the Charlotte Museum of History is great, but this takes money away from PARTIF. It also takes money away from the state aid to public libraries, so I would ask for you to vote no on the amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wake, Representative Jones, arise?
To speak to the amendment.
You're recognized to speak on the amendment.
There's a saying that a person without knowledge of history is like a tree with no roots. And I think that we need to continue to offer to the public our beautiful history of this great country. Certainly we can't go wrong doing that. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Question for the House is the adoption of Amendment A31 sent forward by Representative Lopez. All in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 44 having voted in the affirmative and 64 in the negative. The amendment fails. At this time, we will have Amendment AND-6-V-4. Representative Maury, the clerk will read.
Representative Maury moves to amend the bill. AND-6V4.
The lady from Durham, Representative Maury, is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a great amendment.
Of course.
And it's not asking for or taking money away from anyone, so I hope you'll hear. What this money does, the amendment does, is keep the status quo. So in the budget, we have a provision with IOLTA trust funds, and IOLTA means interest on lawyer trust accounts for their clients. Back in 1983, 42 years ago, the Supreme Court of North Carolina and the State Bar entered agreement that any interest earned on client trust funds would go to grants that the State Bar would give out to help people across North Carolina in civil matters. So we're talking about matters of housing, foreclosure, accessing public benefits, getting attorneys for civil cases, nothing to do with criminal cases. Last year, Hurricane Helene victims received $1 million from some of these grants. 96,000 households received money from some of these grants in housing, employment. What the bill does in the budget, it takes this money, $4.5 million this year, $4.5 million next year, and it wipes out the grants, and it transfers all this money to the State Bar Association, to the Indigent Defense for criminal court-appointed lawyers. We are already funding Indigent Defense. They are in the budget. They're about to receive over $170 million in our budget. So this is just asking, please let IOLTA funds stay with the State Bar to help people in your districts across the state with civil services. Please vote for this amendment.
For
Thank
what
you.
purpose does the gentleman from Wake, Representative Jones, arise?
Speak to the amendment.
You're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Yes, I agree with my colleague, Judge Morey. In the system, we pay a lot of attention to criminal defendants, as we should, but they have a source of getting lawyers. But when you do a civil case, just because you're poor doesn't mean you don't have civil case needs. You're on your own. And this would give a source, not coming from us, that would help people who are less well off take care of their civil business. And it doesn't cost us anything. So it's a very, very good idea, excellent idea in these times where money's getting cut from every which way and direction. So please vote for this amendment. Thank you.
For what purpose does the lady from Surrey, Representative Stevens, arise?
To speak on the amendment.
You're recognized to speak on the amendment.
I'd ask the members not to support the amendment. The private assigned counsel funds have been running low. We always need extra funds there. And those are some that we're constitutionally required to provide. The legal aid societies get federal funding in addition to provide the civil service. So please vote no.
For what purpose does the lady from Mecklenburg, Representative Butt, arise?
To speak to the amendment.
You're recognized to speak on the amendment.
All right, thank you. So as a civil attorney, I want to point out another function of the IOLTA funds. When a lawyer does something wrong and leaves their client, the victim, and there's no remedy financially for that victim because the lawyer has been disbarred, is insolvent, or has died, it is the IOLTA funds that provide that fiscal and financial relief for that client. And let's be clear, it's almost never 100%. But what it does do is offset the damage to someone who is victimized by somebody in the legal profession who took advantage of them. And so when we take money out of the IOLTA fund and allocate it for another purpose, we are leaving people who have needs without any remedy or relief because that lawyer has been disbarred, is insolvent, or has died, or is otherwise unavailable to pay the relief back to their victim. I ask you to vote yes for the amendment.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question for the House is adoption of Amendment A32 by Representative Morey. All in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 48 having voted in the affirmative and 60 in the negative. The amendment fails. This time we will have Amendment AND-10-V-4. Representative Morey, the clerk will read.
Representative Morey moves to amend the bill. AND-10V4.
The lady from Durham, Representative Morey, is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, what this amendment does, another great amendment, it actually saves money in the budget. So, first of all, I would like to recommend and compliment Representative Stevens for an idea for complex family court cases that designate complex family law cases that there is a new way to expedite them, not have them drag on and on for months in district court, but to create a new type of complex family court cases for financial concerns. The one thing that my amendment does, it changes the way the judges are appointed. In this bill, with this new concept of these courts, I see a lot of problems with creating a new hybrid type of judge. What it does, it says there are 3 new special Superior Court judges that have concurrent jurisdiction, not in Superior Court, but in District Court, to handle these family complex cases. There are a lot of problems with that. Superior Court judges should be in Superior Court. District Court judges should be in District Court. The way these judges are appointed uniquely by the Chief Justice. This is the only time we have a Chief Justice appointing 3 new judges, at which some point these cases may be appealed and right back up to the Chief Justice. That may be a conflict of interest. Another issue in the statute with these new judges, there is a retirement age of 78. That is 3 years beyond what we're allowing for the Court of Appeals and the justices on the Supreme Court, and that's 6 years beyond what we're allowing for trial court judges in District and Superior Court. So there are a lot of nuances. There's a lot of creativity, but there's also a $900,000 cost. So my amendment is very simple. We have a pool of retired district court judges who many have spent years and years overseeing family court cases, many complex family court cases that are well equipped to handle these types of issues. The Chief Justice can appoint from a pool of 25 or inactive judges to fill in and step up and take over these cases. This amendment will save $380,000 from the $900,000 that was asked for. It's a much simpler way to handle these cases, and I ask for your support.
For what purpose does the lady from Surrey, Representative Stevens, rise?
To speak on the amendment.
You're recognized to speak on the amendment.
And while I appreciate Representative Morey helped me at times with this bill and understood that it was a good idea, but what her amendment does will gut this and not have us getting the effective results we want. We are looking for people to handle these cases who have at least 600 hours working in these kind of complex cases. We're talking about cases where we're dividing up trust or businesses or looking at stock options, and we're looking at tax consequences. So these are not the things your typical district court judge can handle them, but they don't. And at this point, we have almost 5,000 of these cases that are more than 2 years old. That is one dependent spouse worried about the supporting spouse not wanting to give up the money and dragging it through court for years and years. These will be people dedicated to getting that case done, getting it tried, and handling those that are 2 years older. I'd ask that you not support the amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wake, Representative Jones, rise?
Speak to the amendment.
You're recognized to speak on the amendment.
I was a Superior Court judge for 17 years, and I very, very seldom touched domestic stuff unless it came to my court indirectly, so to speak, in one of my other cases. Most Superior Court judges, unless they've been district court judges, don't know that much about domestic court. And so I think a simpler solution would be simply to hire yourself some more district court judges who have lots of experience in it. This way, you're going to get probably some judge that resents getting it shoved on to him or her, and it's not going to necessarily be that simple a solution. The courthouse is a complex place, believe me, and there are many things about domestic cases that the average judge, the average Superior Court judge, something I know something about, doesn't have that much knowledge of unless they've been district court judges too. I hadn't been a district court judge, and I rued today. I had something stumble in my court that was domestic. So that was just my mindset. So I'd say this is not a solution you're looking for. I think what Judge Morey's amendment would help us out. Thank you.
Thank you. For what purpose does the lady from Durham, Representative Morey, rise?
Speak a second time on the amendment.
You're recognized to speak a second time on the amendment.
I appreciate what Representative Stevens said, but the fact is retired district court judges are ready, able, and willing to take on these cases for a prolonged period of time. They have no other courts they're sitting in. They can handle it. I handled many of these cases. These retired judges who sat in family court have well over 600 hours, all the qualifications that are in the bill that are fine, but this is a much simpler way to do it. I ask for your support.
What purpose does the lady from Surrey, Representative Stevens, rise? You're recognized to speak a second time on the amendment.
Thank you. Speak a second time on the amendment. These are not going, they're going to be titled Special Superior Court judges, but they are going to have the expertise in those complicated cases. If there are district court judges out there who want to apply for these positions as complex family law litigants, and if she's got experience of 600 hours of dealing with complex family financial issues, we welcome Judge Moray to apply.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question for the House is Amendment A33 sent forth by Representative Morey. All in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Representative Warren, no. Representative Hawkins, yes. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 47 having voted in the affirmative and 62 in the negative. The amendment fails. At this time, we'll have Amendment AMT-35-V-6. Representative Prather, the clerk will read.
Representative Prather moves to amend the bill. AMT-35V6.
The lady from Buncombe, Representative Prather, is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Potts told me one time when I stand up, he turns his hearing aid down, so I'm going to try to hold the microphone away from my mouth.
That would be a blessing for us all.
I assume it was because of my volume and not because of what I talk about. So this amendment is related to our current voucher program here in North Carolina. We're in a different place right now than we were when we expanded the voucher program this last term. We have a much better sense of what the next few years look like when it comes to the financial outlook in our state. And we are also in a state right now where people are hungry for accountability. They want to know what's happening with our taxpayer money, and every public dollar that we spend does have to be accounted for. And right now, our current voucher program doesn't do that. So now's the perfect time to fix that. So this amendment would, first it would restore the provisions that we stripped away last term, meaning restoring the income cap to the voucher program so that this program does what it was created to do, help low-income families. It would restore the requirement that a student be previously enrolled in a public school before transferring to a private school so that this program does what we set out to do in the beginning, which was to provide choice. This amendment would limit private schools on how much they can raise their tuition to only 5% per year. That's going to help protect us against what's happening in other states with their voucher programs, where private schools are raising their tuition the same amount that these vouchers are for, so that they can continue to accept just the students that they want to accept. This amendment would require that private schools match the criminal background check policy of the local Board of Education. So obviously that's a school safety issue. I think school safety is important no matter what school it is. And then it would also require that these schools comply with the standard course of study, so we know that students are learning basically the same skills and knowledge that our public school students are learning. That curriculum, the standard course of study, has all been vetted and reviewed by the public and is supported by the entire state. This would also require that teachers in these private schools that accept voucher money hold either a bachelor's degree or a teaching license, having some basic minimum requirement for teachers that are teaching our students. This is taxpayer money, and right now we can't look taxpayers in the eye and tell them honestly that we know this money is going to a quality education to North Carolina students. And so these are very simple measures that would help us be able to do that. Thank you very much.
For what purpose does the lady from New Hanover, Representative Butler, arise?
To speak on the amendment.
Recognized to speak on the amendment.
In contemplation of this issue coming up, I did ask some questions of staff. And just to put some economic context, I am told that the General Assembly could reduce the general fund appropriation to the Opportunity Scholarship Program by $200 million recurring and $135 million non-recurring, and still fund all households with income under 200% of the reduced price lunch program. So that was the income threshold prior to the 23 budget. So we could save $335 million and still have vouchers for each person who truly needs it.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Union, Representative Arp, arise?
Speak to the amendment.
You recognize to speak on the amendment.
I think my colleagues fail to understand that parents are taxpayers, that they understand. I just don't think that this is a program that needs fixing because there's not been anything wrong. It's highly successful. People are excited about the opportunity. Quite frankly, I trust parents. I ask that you vote the amendment down.
For what purpose does the lady from Buncombe, Representative Prather, arise?
Just to speak to the amendment again.
You're recognized to speak a second time on the amendment.
I don't think that right now we can say there's nothing wrong with this program because we have no way to measure the outcomes that we're looking for. And so with this amendment, then I think we could more confidently say that there's nothing wrong with this program. Thank you.
For what purpose does the representative of Guilford, Representative Blust, arise?
See if Representative Arp will yield for a question.
Representative Arp, do you yield?
Yes.
He yields.
Representative Arp, we often hear that these schools aren't accountable. Under this Opportunity Scholarship, aren't the parents able, if they're not satisfied, to take their child out of the school at any time?
That's absolutely correct. The accountability is ultimately with the parents and their God-given right to supervise their children. You hold accountability because you walk with your feet.
Follow up?
May I ask a follow-up?
Yes,
Will
sir.
the gentleman yield?
If he yields?
Yes.
He yields.
Representative Arp, I might have this slightly off, but I understand if I remember right, on public schools, in math, 8th grade, slightly less than half are at grade level, and slightly more in math, slightly more are at grade level in English. Who do you know has been held accountable for that outcome? Who has been fired? Who has been disciplined? Who has been removed? Who has been transferred? Has anyone been held accountable for the rather dismal performance?
Thank you, Representative Blust. What I would say is that it seems odd that we're trying to force and forge an opportunity scholarship that gives parents the freedom to make those decisions, those educational choices for their children into the problems that we're trying to fix in the traditionally public school area.
Representative Blust. Excuse me. For what purpose does the gentleman from Chatham, Representative Reeves, arise?
To debate the amendment.
You're recognized to debate the amendment.
I was trying to figure out if I was going to say, hey, we're going a little far field, but I figured since we're in that field, let's play ball. So it is amazing to me that we're going that direction about the choices that folks have got. And again, I know we're all in different places. And so it's great that families in Charlotte and in Raleigh, Durham, Greensboro, got all kinds of options. So if they don't like something the school's doing, they can just walk away. Because there are 100,000 other schools sitting there. Some of us live in towns of about 245 people. One, lucky us if we're able to even get a charter or private school. But two, if we get one, options don't get to be that easy. So I don't think we ought to judge this on a circumstance of, oh, if you want to talk about accountability, then, parents can just leave if they don't like what the school is doing. That's not the problem. And I agree with Representative Prather. I don't think we should pretend that the voucher program as it is presently constructed is working. It is working for certain groups of people. And I know there are parents that are excited. Heck, I can tell you, if I was making $1 million a year and somebody told me, hey, I'm going to give you another $100,000 to send your kid to school, I'd be excited. In fact, if you told me you were going to give me $5 to send my kid to school right now, I'd be excited with the money I'm losing up here. So with that being said, I think that is a false premise about that there's a choice and that there's accountability. There's nowhere near the accountability. When you talk about the accountability for public schools and who's being held accountable for that, here's the option. If I'm running a private or charter school, by one way or another, I can control who it is I'm teaching. And if you tell me I can have the 5 smartest kids in your county, I'll be doggone if I can't do a good job with them and make them pass math. But if I tell you that you've got to take the kids who are hungry, the kids who don't have good home lives, the kids who are trying to figure out they're not even thinking about school because of all these other things that they're thinking about, then yes, those kids might not do as well in school. My experience growing up in a rural area is that what it is that helps determine whether a child is going to be successful is if they can focus on school. There were a ton of kids that were smarter than me at my school that would have done better had they had the background I had. And so I will just say that I take personal offense when we jump on public schools about results when their job is to teach all kids. Now, if your point is they shouldn't have to teach all kids and some kids don't deserve an education, then say that. But if you believe everybody should have an opportunity for an education, then I think to judge people who have to teach
Point of order,
everybody.
Mr. Speaker.
Please suspend.
Please
state your point of order.
This is getting way out of hand.
I didn't bring this up.
I
was minding my business.
He's putting words in the mouth of the prior speaker.
Let's all take a deep breath.
I was actually happy not to even have this conversation.
And pull this back in.
Okay.
To this amendment only, please.
I'll pull it back into this amendment.
Thank you, sir.
So I'm not saying that the speaker believes that. I am saying that if that's what you believe, then that's a different discussion. What I would say about the amendment and where I took offense is I really struggle telling somebody who has to teach every child that comes in that door that when they're not perfect at their job, they're not being held accountable. We hold them accountable in a lot of ways. So I would just say, please support the amendment, and please let's not use policy that we've decided to disparage people who are doing their darndest at their jobs.
Thank you, sir. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wake, Representative Jones, arise?
I just want to speak to the amendment.
You recognize to speak on the amendment.
Just a tad. There's a fundamental difference now in society of what people seem to tend to believe about private schools versus what they believe when most of us in here went to school. I dare say 95% of the people sitting in here went to public schools, maybe more than that. And you got educated, and here you are in the legislature. So the work can be done in public schools. We need to improve public schools where they're hurting. But this body and our treasury can afford to support two systems. The private system, which always existed on its own in my lifetime and did fine, great indeed, if you could pay for it. But to ask the public treasury to pay both for good public schools and give the parents enough money to pay for a private school that equals what you can do for in public school is a myth. We're chasing a myth and dumping money into it. Tons and tons of money that the public schools need. Why don't we just leave the divide where it was? And people can make their decision. I'll send my kid to private school, I'll pay the difference, and they can go to a private school. I got a very good education for 7 years in a very good private school. I got the rest of it in public schools. That's how it works. It always worked well. But someone's perpetrated the myth that now we have a duty to support the private sector too by giving
Mr.
the
Speaker,
kids money.
for what purpose does the gentleman from Columbus, Representative Jones, arise?
I'm for a motion.
You recognize it for a motion?
I moved the previous question.
I was done anyway.
Thank you.
Or now.
Just in time. The motion is accepted. The minority leader has 3 minutes to speak on this. I see this is non-debatable. This is new territory. We'll vote on the previous question. All in favor of the call for a previous question will vote aye. All opposed vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Honeycutt, yes. The clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 65 having voted the affirmative and 42 in the negative. The previous question has been adopted. Now the question for the House is the passage of Amendment A34 by Representative Prather. All in favor will vote aye. All opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 44 having voted in the affirmative and 64 in the negative. The amendment fails. At this time, we will have Amendment AMT-41-V-2. Representative Prather, the clerk will read.
Representative Prather moves to amend the bill AMT-4V2.
The lady from Buncombe, Representative Prather, is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This might be the shortest amendment that we're looking at today. All it does is repeal a provision in this bill. So the provision is getting rid of the economically disadvantaged public school support program and replacing it with the economically disadvantaged charter school support program. The current program is available to all public schools, including charter schools. In fact, multiple charter schools and a lab school currently receive funding from this program. So the current program is serving charter schools. If we moved it to only charter schools, that would take out all the traditional public schools, so it would actually reduce the number of schools that are able to apply for this program. If you would like to see more charter schools included in this program, I'd be more than happy to talk about increasing the overall appropriation. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Union, Representative Arthur, rise?
Intrepidly to ask the body to vote this amendment down.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the question for the House is the adoption of Amendment 835 sent forth by Representative Prather. All in favor will vote aye. Opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. The clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 42 having voted in the affirmative and 63 in the negative. The amendment fails. This time we'll hear Amendment AND-14-V-2. Representative Prather. The clerk will read.
Representative Prather moves to amend the bill AND-14V2.
The lady from Buncombe, Representative Prather, is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This one is not related to education. Yay. So this amendment simply adds 3 assistant district attorney positions for Buncombe County onto the provision that we passed yesterday in appropriations, giving 10 ADA positions to Mecklenburg County. The Senate did include these 3 Buncombe ADA positions in their budget, so I'm just looking to match that. National advocates recommend that you have an ADA for every 10,000 people in your district. According to that formula, Buncombe County should have 28 ADAs. We only have 14 right now. We're just asking for 3 more to bring it up to 17. Prosecutors are essential in the effort in preserving law and order, supporting law enforcement, and providing for public safety, which I know we all support. So we're asking for just 3 more ADA positions to get a little bit closer to that recommended formula so we can better have law and order. Thank you.
Gentleman from Stokes, Representative Hall, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vote no to this amendment. It's a funding source issue, so I encourage you to vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Pickett, no. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 43 having voted in the affirmative, 63 in the negative. The amendment fails. Representative Prather is recognized to send forth amendment ANG-36V3. The clerk will read.
Representative Prather moves to amend the bill ANG-36V3.
The lady from Buncombe, Representative Prather, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would actually provide money instead of take it away. So this would shift money out of the AP test fees fund to the tune of $14 million per year, similar to what the Senate is doing, and put that money instead towards funding for students with disabilities, specifically Tier 3, the students that need it the most. This would still leave plenty of money in the test fund to continue to cover that AP test fee for students who are economically disadvantaged, but would open up a lot more money for our students with disabilities who who we know need more support than they're getting right now. So please vote green. Thank you.
The gentleman from Burke, Representative Blackwell, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are a lot of things I could say about this, but for the benefit of all, I won't. This might be described by me, at least, as a case of robbing Peter to pay Paul. I would remind you that in my mention of the education budget provisions this morning, we've already added $10.6 million to increase funding for exceptional children. Now, I agree with the concept that we need to redirect some of that exceptional children money to help out the more expensive to serve students. But this is not the way to do it. Taking money out of the AP program is to take money away from a program that we established some years ago that has been uniquely successful. And the main part of that success is our paying for the test fees, so there is no restraint on a student who takes those courses to also take the exam, because only by taking the exam and getting a 3 or higher can they get college credit and save money at the university level. So I would ask you to please vote no on this amendment.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Pickett, no. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 41 having voted in the affirmative and 66 in the negative. The amendment fails. Representative Price recognized send forth Amendment ANM 10V8. Clerk will read.
Representative Price moves to amend the bill ANM-10V8.
Lady from Orange, Representative Price is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this amendment is to maintain and enhance the prominence of the arts throughout North Carolina. My amendment would restore the 24 members to the North Carolina Arts Council. Currently, right now, it does have 24 members. The House budget had recommended 9, and I want to bring it back to 24, with 12 appointees by the governor, 12 recommendations by the General Assembly, with 6 coming from the Speaker and 6 coming from the President Pro Tem. The governor appointees would be knowledgeable in specific art forms, and they're listed in the bill or in the amendment. And this list reflects the broad spectrum of the categories within the arts, and so this amendment seeks to ensure that the wide range of artistic expression continues to be appreciated and promoted. And I think we all can attest that we all have different likes and dislikes when it comes to the arts, and so I want to assure that everybody, as well as possible, that people's likes and dislikes are appreciated. I also am proposing this amendment in recognition of the economic impacts generated by the arts. The arts has, across the nation and North Carolina has proven to be an economics driver, and as projects and performances and events improve the fiscal health of our communities. So with a robust membership of 24 members, as originally comprised, I believe that the North Carolina Arts Council can better administer and promote the programs for the well-being, health, and prosperity of our state. And so I ask for your green vote. Thank you.
The gentleman from Stokes, Representative Hall, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Price talked to me about this amendment, and it's a good amendment, so I would ask that you vote for it.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 98 having voted in the affirmative and 7 in the negative. The amendment is adopted. Representative Rubin is recognized to send forth Amendment ALM 25V6. Clerk will read.
Representative Rubin moves to amend the bill ALM-25V6.
Gentleman from Wake, Representative Rubin is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's go for 2 in a row.
So I know members on both sides of the aisle have talked about the importance of not politicizing the State Board of Elections. It administers our elections, they're the umpires. Even though politics gets people into that place, we should try and avoid politics being in that place. And so what I want to call out and what this amendment does, the current budget right now will add 7 political appointees, exempt from the Human Resources Act, to the State Board of Elections. Per staff, that has never happened. Only the executive director is appointed by the board. Every single other person that works in that agency is and has been always a civil servant. And that has been true when Democrats have controlled the board. It has been true when Republicans have controlled the board. It has, per staff, always been true. With what's in the budget right now, if we do not pass this amendment, 10%, over 10% of that agency's staff will become partisan political appointees. I think that sends the very wrong message, especially when the board has just changed hands through statute of this body. It sends the wrong message about the way we want that body to be run. Now, I understand the new executive director had asked for these, wants to build his own team. I get that. But every single new executive director coming in has inherited the professional, nonpartisan staff that is in there. And these staff are extra special civil servants. They can't even do normal electoral things that other civil servants can do. They are not supposed to have yard signs in their yard. They're not supposed to campaign for candidates. They are civil servants who know their job is to be the administrators of an election. So I would ask you to pull those 7 political appointee positions out. Avoid sending the message that we're willing to politicize the North Carolina State Board of Elections, and keep it in the exact same posture that it has been when Kim Strack took over as executive director, when Karen Brinson Bell took over as executive director. Not asking for anything different, in fact, very much asking for the same and asking for your vote. Thank you.
The gentleman from Burke, Representative Blackwell, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As everyone knows, North Carolina is a rapidly growing state. I think someone alluded to the suggestion that we may be the 7th largest in population in not too long a period of time. We need to have an elections board and system that can handle that growth and can fix some of the problems that we've been experiencing. They need this flexibility. If it turns out that those positions are not needed, we can take a look at that and cut back on it. But we need to give them the flexibility to do the job right. And whether a position is exempt or not exempt, as I understand it, doesn't determine whether it's a partisan hire. It simply has to do with the circumstances under which maybe you can be terminated.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wake, Representative Rubin, rise?
To speak to the amendment a second time.
The gentleman is recognized to debate the amendment a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't believe I really heard an answer to the point. It's not about the size of the staffing of the agency, but about the nature of the hires. And yes, we have had these discussions in other bills. When you exempt people from the State Human Resources Act, you're exempting them from, among other things, the normal civil service hiring requirements that you don't hire and fire based on political preferences. I think folks know, when we've talked about those other bills, what exempting someone from the State Human Resources Act means. It means that you can hire political appointees. Political appointees aren't bad always, but they are in the State Board of Elections. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Representative Liu, is lady an aye on the amendment? Liu, aye. Clerk will light the machine and record the vote. 44 having voted in the affirmative and 63 in the negative. The amendment fails. Representative Rubin is recognized to send forward Amendment AMT 37V5. Clerk will read.
Representative Rubin moves to amend the bill, AMT-37V5.
The gentleman from Wake, Representative Rubin, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is clearly a room eager to talk more about vouchers, and so I have another amendment about the Opportunity Scholarships, but this amendment is far narrower than what we were debating earlier. What I will say is this: I think the parties disagree on the use of these scholarships. That is a policy difference. I'm not arguing with this amendment. What I am suggesting is that it is an enormous amount of money that we have very little visibility into as taxpayers. And it was discussed during the debate on the previous voucher amendment from Representative Prather that parents are taxpayers, parents have a right on this money, and I agree, but we all are taxpayers. And if we're going to use $500, $600, $700, $800 in a couple years, $1 million of taxpayer money, then it's really important that we should see to how that money is being used and whether it is indeed successful. So all this is, it's about transparency. It does not change the program. It does not change the requirements. It doesn't change who can get opportunity scholarships. It does not limit them. It really doesn't even put operational requirements on the schools at all. What it does is adds transparency. They have to report their graduation rates, the percent of their teachers that are licensed, the attendance records of opportunity scholarship recipients, the number of students who previously attended a public school, so we can see those trends. Because remember, the program was originally designed for students who had attended public schools and they weren't working for them. But we don't know today how many students that use opportunity scholarships ever tried a public school. It's all about getting that data so that both parents can make decisions on the schools they want to send their kids to, including private schools using opportunity scholarships, and it's about taxpayers being able to see that their dollars are well spent. Intentionally wrote this to be narrow and try and bridge the ideological divide over opportunity scholarships, and hoping that we could all agree that transparency in the use of hundreds of millions of dollars is a good thing. Thank you.
The gentleman from Burke, Representative Blackwell, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Representative Rubin and I are having a good time this afternoon. Here again, I'm going to recommend that we vote no on an amendment. It's my view that the authority which deals with this area of non-public education already has authority to gather most of this information as it may need it. But secondly, I don't know how many of you have heard from your local superintendents how overburdened they are with reports that are required by the Department of Public Instruction. In this bill, we're setting up, according to a quick count on my part, about 10 more items for these non-public schools to report, and they have to do it annually. That's going to be an unnecessary burden in a situation in which there's no reason to believe that the information that is needed is not already going to be available to the authority. So I would ask your vote no or red.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Wake, Representative Rubin, rise.
To speak to the amendment a second time.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the amendment a second time.
Representative Blackwell, I'm not sure I'm having as good a time as you are. But just to briefly respond to that, I think the first thing is I've talked with DPI about this, and they're not able to get most of this information from non-public schools unless the non-public school elects to provide it. So this is not information that is available today. This is a material change in what we would have. And in terms of the burden, I'll just list a couple of things, and you can decide if this is incredibly burdensome to provide on a yearly basis. Whether the school is accredited and who accredits it. Doesn't seem like that's very hard to me. I'll let you decide. Documentation of a completed fire inspection in the last year. Doesn't seem that hard. The curriculum they use, I'm sure they have that documented somewhere already. The number of students receiving grants for the first time who attended a public school unit in the previous year. This is not an overly burdensome, it's not even a slightly burdensome process for them to provide on a yearly basis. And what it provides us is transparency. And for those who articulated in the previous argument that this is working great, you should be glad to get this data, because you should be confident that it's going to show you that this is working great. And maybe those of us over here will have to sit down about it, right? But I think we need that data either way, and we shouldn't be afraid to get it. Thank you.
For what purpose, the lady from Buncombe, Representative Prather, will rise.
Just to speak briefly on the amendment.
Ladies recognized to debate the amendment.
If we're saying that parents are accountable, but we're not giving them the information they need to make an informed decision, then they're not truly accountable. And if your answer that parents are accountable and can pull their kid out of school if they're not happy with school, that tells me that you've never been around a kid or a family that has had to switch schools mid-year. That is a huge, major process. It is not appropriate for us to ask families to do that as a way to hold schools accountable. We elect school boards. That's how we hold our public schools accountable. We can't give people a choice if we're not giving them the information they need to make that choice. That's all this is providing information.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing now the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Brennan Jones, no. Neil Jackson, no. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 46 having voted in the affirmative and 63 in the negative. The amendment fails. Representative Rubin is recognized to send forth Amendment AMT 57V1. The clerk will read.
Representative Rubin moves to amend the bill AMT-57V1.
The gentleman from Wake, Representative Rubin, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a teacher pay amendment. I am glad to see the teacher pay increase that is already in the budget, but looking at the numbers that we've talked about and that Representative Butler already talked about with unused opportunity scholarship money, we can actually do better for our teachers. And when we do that, I'm in a family of public school teachers, we can start to steal the best teachers from the states around us, and I would very much like to do that. What this amendment would do is it would add about an extra 2 percentage points, so take that 8% pay raise and make it 10. It would take the money roughly in the amount that's been unused from opportunity scholarships, but you'll note if you look at the amendment, the Opportunity Scholarship Fund continues to get larger year over year, even if you adopt this amendment. I think we need to do this for our teachers. The extra for a new teacher, $1,200 a year, may not seem like much, but it's significant when I talk to librarians who are constantly buying snacks for kids who don't have enough to eat that they see in their schools. Thank you for your consideration.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Wayne, Representative Bell, rise.
Be recognized for a motion.
Gentleman's recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move we lie the amendment on the table.
Representative Bell has moved that the amendment do lie upon the table. It's not a debatable motion.
Second.
All those in favor of the motion will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Kidwell, aye. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 67 having voted in the affirmative and 43 in the negative. The motion carries and the amendment has been tabled. Representative Rubin is recognized to send forth Amendment ANH 19V6. Clerk will read.
Representative Rubin moves to amend the bill ANH-19V6.
Gentleman from Wake, Representative Rubin is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I promise my last amendment. This bill is very simple, and I think there is a bipartisan consensus around the crisis with vaping among school kids. Self-reported numbers, so these are kids reporting on themselves that 10% of middle schoolers and 21% of high schoolers are actively engaged in vaping. And of course, self-reported numbers are almost certainly lower than reality for this type of issue. All this bill does, it is simple, it is cheap, and it is effective as it requires school districts to provide evidence-based, age-appropriate nicotine, hemp, and vaping prevention. There are many ways that schools can do this. It's not designed to tell them how they have to do it. There are free programs. There are programs that are low cost. I've seen some of them. They've been shown by studies to be effective. They're easy for schools to use. They can be done in a web browser, and a Yale study for the one that I saw showed that it increases their knowledge of the risks of vaping. This is something that we can do together to start to tackle this issue that is a crisis in our schools. It is a health crisis, it's a behavior crisis, it's a plumbing crisis apparently, as kids flush the vapes down toilets to hide them. And so this is something that we can begin to tackle with an extremely low cost approach. Thank you.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Wayne, Representative Bell, rise.
Speak on the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, members. And if this sounds familiar, it actually is familiar because it's actually House Bill 328 that passed this body on April 16th, 112 to nothing. I've been in talks as we're going through the amendments with the bill sponsors, not just here, but ones on the other side of the chamber as well. And both bill sponsors have asked that we allow this amendment to continue to be worked on, and here's the reason why. The bill sponsors are actually going to memorialize this amendment and name it after a young man and his family has been affected by this. So with that said, Mr. Speaker, I ask for a motion.
Gentleman's recognized for a motion.
I move we lie the amendment upon the table.
Second.
Gentleman has moved that the amendment do lie upon the table. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 68 having voted in the affirmative and 42 in the negative. The motion carries and the amendment has been tabled. Representative Sheetzelts recognized to send forth Amendment AMW 14V6. Clerk will read.
Representative Sheetselt moves to amend the bill AMW-14V6.
The gentleman from Wake, Representative Sheetzelts, recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you all to the body for your consideration. This is a fairly simple amendment. It would ban any expenditure of public funds to study, design, construct, operate, or implement tolling on the portion of U.S. Highway 1, also known as Capitol Boulevard in Wake County. This has been a topic of hot conversation in Wake County, in Raleigh, going back about a year and a half, but it's gotten pretty hot recently. Folks, we do not tax free roads in North Carolina. This road has been available for free use by the public for 110 years, and its history stretches back a lot longer than that. This runs 2,400 miles from Key West to the Canadian border. It's part of early American history. General Washington used US 1, or the route that we now know as US 1, during wartime and in peacetime. I find it offensive and an affront to previous generations that worked to maintain these roads, to build this road, that we're even considering tolling it right now. And I find it an affront to basic decency that we're willing to put the burden of expanding this road on working class families and middle class families that are going to be hit the hardest by this. These are our teachers, these are our state employees, these are working class North Carolinians who are going to be burdened worst by this. And so I ask for you to put an end to this embarrassing conversation that we're having in Wake County right now and to vote green on this. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Franklin, Representative Winslow, rise?
Debate the bill.
Gentleman recognized to debate the amendment.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I applaud Representative Sheetzel for running this amendment for us. It greatly impacts our communities. Tolling US 1 seems to be the answer to solve our traffic problems, but is misguided. What's not being considered? No new business industry will ever want to locate on US 1 in Franklin County or in the northern counties or in Wake County. What most people don't realize is that this toll road is go all the way up through Raleigh, through Wake Forest, almost touching the Franklin County line. That means for you to go grocery shopping, you have to pay a toll. To get new tires, you have to pay a toll. To go out to eat with your family, you have to pay a toll. So it's going to hurt the ones that are most impacted and the vulnerable. Today it's $5. Next day it's $6. And then one day you can wake up, it's going to be like Highway 77. It's going to be $40 a day just to go back and forth into Raleigh. I ask you to support the amendment, and I thank you again, Representative Sheetzel, for your leadership.
For what purpose does the lady from Wake, Representative Cervania, rise?
To debate the amendment.
Ladies recognized to debate the amendment.
I do want to express my appreciation for a brief conversation with Representative Sheetzel and Representative Rubin during the break about the amendment. But unfortunately, this is the first time we've heard about this from his point of view. So I do want to debate this amendment to emphasize that this conversation cannot be done in isolation. The language before us would prohibit the use of state funds for tolling on Highway 1 in Wake County. And I understand the intent. Tolling is very controversial, and I personally don't necessarily condone tolling. But our communities deserve to be heard when it comes to the decisions that impact their daily commutes and economic opportunity. This has not been just a conversation from a year ago. I was a Wake County commissioner before this, and it's a long time of a conversation. Enough so that in 2016, we adopted a half-cent tax to look at a regional and county approach to solutions about transportation. So, we must acknowledge that mobility in our whole region, as included with Representative Winslow, is already a result of, honestly, people who are using knowledge and data of years of thoughtful, collaborative planning. As I said, the Wake County Commission, the Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, and the Regional Transportation Alliance have spent decades working towards a multimodal, sustainable vision for our regional infrastructure. They've conducted studies, held public hearings, and brought stakeholders together to shape a plan. And you can look it up, keepitmoving.org on the internet, that balances growth and innovation in the context of our region's economic development, housing, education, and the local, county, and regional communities that we all serve. So, if we're going to change the course of any portion of this vision, especially the major corridors of Highway 1, we need to do so in partnership with those in our regional bodies and an understanding of the full picture, not just in the districts of Representative Sheetzelt and Representative Winslow. Otherwise, we risk undercutting years of work by our communities and experts, disrupting a careful coordinated transit and land use plan, and missing an opportunity to align state policy with much needed solutions for a fast-growing community. So while I do not oppose necessarily the provisions as written, I urge this body to engage more deeply with our local and regional partners as we move forward. We can and must build transportation policy that is informed and strategic. So I urge you to vote no on this amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wake, Representative Rubin, rise?
To debate the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share the same concerns that Representative Servania mentioned, and I also just found out about this as I saw it on the dashboard. What I will say is this: I'm against tolling. I don't think there's really a lobby that's pro-tolling other than tolling companies. But at the end of the day, this is really about cutting off a conversation and cutting off communities using the power of the majority of the legislature. And I think a lot of us would feel that that's not great if it was your community. And what I'm really worried about more than anything is because I think there's an opportunity here, because Route 1 is bad traffic-wise. It is bad. US 1 has terrible traffic. The people commuting there are unable to use it the way they should be, and it's hurting things like affordable housing. And what's really going to happen if we just backhand those partners away using the power of the legislature is that the most obvious outcome is we do nothing. We just don't fix it. We could just not fix it. And I think there's an outcome that we could get to if we take a different path where we fix it and we don't toll it. And so the reason I'm against this amendment, we would ask you to stay out of this Wake County discussion and vote no to the amendment, is not so that we can toll it. It's so that we can actually get to an outcome that's better than doing nothing, which is where I'm afraid that this is headed. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Franklin, Representative Winslow, rise?
To ask a question to a member.
Who do you want to ask the question to?
Oh, sorry. Representative Servania, please.
Representative Servania, does the lady yield? Question has been posed.
I do yield.
She yields. Go ahead.
Is Interstate 40 tolled through your district?
In my district?
Yes.
40, no.
Is this
540 is.
Sorry, 540.
Lady yield to an additional question. She yields.
I apologize. Yes. Correction, 540.
Yes, parts of it are.
Which 540 is tolled through your district?
Yes, sir, it is.
Sorry.
This lady yield to an additional question.
I do yield.
She yields.
Well, my question is, how does it impact your community?
How does it impact it? So we have free roads that people choose to take, and we have toll roads that people choose to take. Now, these decisions were made before I was an elected official, and even possibly me being a North Carolinian. We have choice. And so it impacts those who need to get someplace, I guess, but we have other options. So I can't really say one way or the other how it would or how it is.
But 40 does go through your district, though, correct?
Does the lady continue to yield to a series of questions?
Sure, I yield.
Interstate 40 does go through your district, though, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is it tolled?
No, it's not.
Okay. So I would like you to imagine your major highway going through your district that is tolled, that splits your community. And US 1 does not go through your district, just like it doesn't go through to Representative Rubin's district, where 50, 70, and 540 are not tolled through his district. US 1 is a major artery. And so for us to accept that we have to have the only road leaving out of Raleigh to be tolled is very difficult for me and Representative Sheetzel to swallow. We're asking the people in my community to do the very same thing, to be told on something that the rest of the people around Raleigh do not have to pay to get in and out of.
Speaker, may I address this question?
Lady,
or comment?
the lady's recognized.
So as both, and I'll just speak for myself, I did not say I support tolling. We are here to say there's been work done prior to this amendment that we really need to bring everybody at the table to actually get the solution. I will give you an example back of your same thing. I come to work in many different ways. I might take 540 then 40. I might take inner roads on Cary Parkway into inner roads into work. We have options, and you all have options too. But I will say, going back, we need to have those conversations with our communities to be able to get the right solutions. And this one amendment is not going to get you or Representative Sheetzel's district the outcome that you need.
Mr. Clerk, Representative Maury on her amendment A32 will be recorded as having voted aye. So ordered. The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 70 having voted in the affirmative and 38 in the negative. The amendment is adopted. Representative Von Haven is recognized to send forth an amendment AMG 29V7. Clerk will read.
Representative Von Hafen moves to amend the bill AMG-29V7.
Lady from Wake, Representative Von Haven, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think every year that I've been here, it's my 7th year, I've talked about crisis pregnancy centers, so I know you all will be disappointed if I didn't do that again this year. This year, I want to move funding from crisis pregnancy centers to the Nurse Family Partnership. This year in the budget, the Nurse Family Partnership budget was actually cut, and so this will restore the funding that was cut this year. If you don't know about the Nurse Family Partnership, it has been in existence for over 40 years and has 40 years of evidence showing the measurable, long-lasting difference that the program makes in the lives of moms and children. In North Carolina, we have 14 locations serving 25 counties that served almost 12,000 families since the year 2000. It's an evidence-based community healthcare program. They have shown a 5-time return on the investment, meaning for every dollar invested in the Nurse Family Partnership, we can save $5.50 in future costs for high-risk families. The goals of the Nurse Family Partnership are to improve pregnancy outcomes, improve child health and development, and improve economic self-sufficiency of families in North Carolina. Now, when I talk about crisis pregnancy centers, I often get pushed back saying that the goals of crisis pregnancy centers are to do those very things, to improve pregnancy outcomes, improve economic sufficiency for families. So if that is truly our goal, wouldn't we want to actually invest our precious dollars that we've heard this year are so scarce into a program that has 25 years of evidence and data showing results for those goals. Instead of investing in organizations that have no accountability or evidence showing that what they're doing is making a difference for women and children. Now, this year in the budget, there are some reporting requirements around the crisis pregnancy centers, including the Carolina Pregnancy Care Fellowship. But honestly, I have no confidence that those reports are going to create any accountability around these organizations, since we've had reporting requirements already submitted to DHHS, to our HHS Oversight Committee over the last 5 to 10 years, and those reports recommend that this funding not continue, but unfortunately the Oversight Committee and this legislature have continued to ignore those reports and continue to invest millions of dollars into a program that has no evidence to support mothers or babies in the state. So this, I would hopefully you would support this amendment, which would actually invest in evidence-based programs to create better outcomes for moms and babies in our state.
The gentleman from Forsyth, Representative Lambeth, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had a couple problems with this amendment. One was that we did look at the benefit of and payback on the nurse-family partnership, and quite frankly, we did not see that. We went over that with HHS a few times. Second problem is the funding source. We do not think that that is the right funding source if we were to restore that funding. So I ask you to vote no on this one.
Further discussion or debate? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 46 having voted in the affirmative and 66 in the negative. The amendment fails. Mr. Clerk, Representative Warren has requested to be recorded as having voted aye on the Sheetzold amendment, Amendment A43. So ordered. Representative Von Haven is recognized to send forth Amendment AMT 55V3. Clerk will read.
Representative Von Hafen moves to amend the bill, AMT-55V3.
Lady from Wake, Representative Von Haven is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment basically funds the top 3 priorities that our Superintendent of Public Instruction has stated publicly that are his top funding priorities for public schools in North Carolina. These are items that our public school system have said are the most important to meet the great needs of our students in the state. The first one is more funding for children with disabilities. And I know Representative Blackwell has stated that we put $10 million toward this. To be honest, that is just a drop in the bucket of what we honestly need to support our students in this state. This amendment implements weighted funding for students with disabilities, ensuring that resources actually follow the actual cost of care, not an arbitrary cap that limits what our districts can do to help our most vulnerable students. The second part of the amendment provides free breakfast and lunch for every student in North Carolina, improving academic outcomes and reducing hunger. This is similar to an amendment we heard earlier from Representative Logan, and it was kind of shocking when we heard that giving kids private school tuition is more important than feeding kids. I honestly hope that that is not the case. I honestly hope that every member in this chamber would not wish hunger on any child in this state, because in my opinion, school choice is not more important than feeding hungry kids. The third part of the amendment is to fund and replace and refresh one-to-one student learning devices, ensuring that our kids have the tools to compete in a digital world. A lot of this funding ended after the COVID funds are ending, and I know here in Wake County we're struggling to pay for replacement laptops for students, which are really what every student needs in the digital age. Instead of textbooks, we need laptops for every student. This would provide that. Now, we all know that not all the money, as we've heard many times today, is being used in the Opportunity Scholarship Program, the voucher program. It is extremely overfunded. Last year, we heard from staff that $125 million was sat unused in that account, and that money alone could help so many students across our state. So I would hope that you would support this amendment to provide what our public school children need to thrive and succeed in the state.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Wayne, Representative Bell, rise.
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's recognized for a motion.
I move we lie the amendment on the table.
Second.
Representative Bell has moved that the amendment do lie upon the table. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 70 having voted in the affirmative and 42 in the negative. The motion carries, and the amendment has been tabled. Members, those are the amendments for today on the dashboard. The only remaining amendment is the chair's amendment that the chair understands temporarily displaced A23. Chair understands maybe that one still being worked on, but in any event, chair's been speaking with Representative Reeves and understands that he will be having a caucus. We're going to take about a 30-minute break right now, and to be safe, we'll say we're going to come back. Let's do 35 minutes. We'll come back at 5:40 p.m. So we'll come back at 5:40 and take up the chair's amendment and then the vote on second reading. Chair understands the House Democrats are going to caucus. And lady from Wake, Representative Ball, recognized for an announcement.
Yes, thank you. House Democrats will caucus in 1425. See you right after walking down the stairs or the elevator. Thanks.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Gaston, Representative Torben, rise.
Inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman may state his inquiry.
Would it be any way possible that we can incorporate just a little bit more time in that cycle you said to allow appropriations to do their job?
The chair understands that's all the time that they need.
So we are going to do that.
We're coming back in here at 5:40 p.m. to take up the chair's amendment and the second reading of the budget.
Yes, sir. I guess my question, I wasn't clear, is we still have an appropriations committee meeting coming up after session?
Yeah, we are going to have appropriations committee after session. Chairs will update everyone on that.
Would there be enough time to have that into this break?
No, they've got to do some work in between
Copy that.
there.
Thank you.
It. For what purpose, the gentleman from Columbus, Representative Jones, rise.
For a point of personal privilege.
Gentleman's recognized for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As with fine wine and good cheese, as things get older, it sometimes get better. And I believe that as with the rules, Chairman, so help me wish John Bell a happy birthday.
Any further questions, notices, or announcements? If not, again, we're going to come back at 5:40 p.m. Just 1 second, members. Before we leave, to not further put our pages through punishment today, the chair is going to go ahead and release the pages for today. Of course, they'll be back with us tomorrow, and we'll recognize them at that time. So, pages, you are released for the day. Members will be back in at 5:40 p.m. The chair declares the House stand in recess to reconvene at 5:40 p.m. subject to the standard stipulations set forth in Rule 15.1. The House will come back to order. Chair will give a moment for members to get back into the chamber. The Sergeant at Arms will open the doors and shout to come back in. Mr. Clerk, on Representative Crawford's amendment number 10, Chair will be recorded as having voted aye. Representative Davis is recognized for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, very few times in my life have I ever seen anybody that was so old that looked so young. But I'm going to say that about my seatmate, who is 69 years old today. So I hope we can all congratulate him and hope he has 69 more years after that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, our last remaining amendment is the Chair's amendment. It's already been read in. It was temporarily displaced, and that's Amendment 823, which is Amendment AMQ 16 V18. The gentleman from Forsyth, Representative Lambuth, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I had started this, but I'll repeat a little bit of it. This is the final Chair's amendment for today. If there's anything comes up overnight, we certainly will look at that if you need us to. I think the Democrat caucus maybe went through it, and rather than go through it line item by line item for the sake of time, I'm more than happy to try to answer any questions, and we have colleagues and staff here that might answer any questions if they come up. But it is technical. It is things that we've heard from members that we've tried to include in this final Chair's amendment for today. And with that, I'll just open it up for questions.
For what purpose, the lady from Guilford, Representative Harrison, to rise?
To debate the amendment.
Ladies recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chair Lambuth, I appreciate your work on this. There's some good stuff in there, especially the ID for the disabled youngsters and other provisions where you're making some good changes, but there are two substantive policy pieces in here that I can't really understand what they're doing in the Chair's amendment, one of which appears to be almost identical to Senate Bill 636, which was in, the governor vetoed in 2021. And it seems to, this is the Personal Privacy Protection Act. And it seems to be keeping secret donors and members of nonprofits, but if you could interpret this to mean to be facilitating more dark money in elections. And I find that piece troubling. And the other piece is the Citizens Protection Act, which relates to access to public assistance for certain communities. It's late, and we've been here a long time. I guess I don't really need an answer, but I did want to raise these problems with this amendment because I think that those are two poisonous pieces that deserve a no vote, and I would appreciate that from you all. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Representative Crawford. He's got a green shirt on. I don't know about the thumb. Crawford, no. Representative Biggs, gentleman wish to be recorded. Clerk will like machine to record the vote. 77 having voted in the affirmative and 36 in the negative. The amendment is adopted. That's it for the amendments for today. We're now back on the bill. For what purpose, the gentleman from Mecklenburg, Representative Brown, arise?
Speak to the bill.
Gentleman recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, as we look at this budget bill that we've got today and we think about what's in it, I think that one common theme keeps coming up. As we've gone throughout our Appropriations Committee meetings, we've heard across this building, we've talked back and forth in the hallways, and we've heard today, and we debate some of these amendments. One key thing keeps coming back up. The money's just not there. We don't have the amount of money that we used to have. And that's a reality. We don't have the money this year. We've stood on this floor for years talking about how robust our economy was, how good in the financial position we were in, and right now we're in a lean year. So we know the funds aren't there, but why isn't the money there? It's not because of this current General Assembly. It's not anything that this current body did, but we're dealing with problems that we've inherited. I've stood up before and I've talked about when we're making legislation, when we're talking about budget bills, when we're talking about any bill that we're putting forward, we shouldn't be thinking about the here and now. We should be thinking about 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. And that's what's going on now. The work we do in this building is for sunlight some of us will never see. And today we're dealing with the consequences of actions taken by previous General Assemblies, but we can't do anything about that now. The only thing we can do now is think about the choices that we can make in the future. So what choices are we going to make with this budget? This budget makes some good choices. Choices that may be familiar to some of you all. This budget makes the choice to start the process of doing things that the people of North Carolina have been asking us to do and following a surprising number of Democratic priorities. This budget will have some of the highest raises we've seen in the state budget. This meets a priority that we have heard from folks across North Carolina and that Democrats have been consistently advocating for. Democrats in this chamber have been filing bills year after year to restore master's pay for our teachers, and now this bill makes the choice to listen to Democrats and listen to the people of North Carolina and restore master's pay. The people of North Carolina have been clamoring to restore the income tax sales holiday so they have more money in their pockets when they send their kids back to school. Democrats have filed bills year after year asking to restore that income sales tax holiday. And finally, this budget listens to the people of North Carolina. It listens to Democrats, and this bill will help keep money in the people of North Carolina's pockets. Those are Democratic priorities, and these bills address that, and I'm glad that we're finally starting to make these smart choices. This bill also slows the benchmark on our tax cuts. We recognize that we're going to have less money moving forward, and this bill will give us the opportunity to strengthen our financial position without continuing to limit our revenue. Those are good things, good choices that are made by this budget. This budget also makes some poor choices. You'll hear from folks as they talk today about some of those poor choices. This bill doesn't go far enough to help our state employees. While this bill does give raises to our state employees, it doesn't go quite far enough. And it doesn't give our state retirees who've worked so hard for the state of North Carolina the long-term cost of living increases that they deserve. This bill doesn't continue to stall out some of our tax increases that are going to be putting a strain on our finances as we move forward. It makes the choice of eliminating over 2,000 vacant positions in our state government instead of doing more to fill those vacant positions. Our public universities funding is stagnant through this budget, while taxpayer-funded vouchers are going to continue to rise. Those aren't good choices. Those are bad choices. 10 years from now, 15 years from now, however long it's going to be, there's going to be somebody else sitting in you all's seat. We won't all be here. And you don't want them saying the same things that many of us are saying right now. You don't want them to be saying, man, I really wish that back in 2025 they would have made different choices. This is a good start, but we know the money's just not there. In fact, if I had $1 for every time one of us sitting out here said the money's just not there, we might be able to find an additional $1 million to fund some of our priorities. But that's not the case right now. This is a good start, but we have to make smart choices. The choice is you all's.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Wake, Representative Longest, to rise.
To debate the bill.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, when you are in a train heading off a cliff, you stop the train. And I do think we have to give some credit to this bill in that it at least slows the train. I'm speaking, of course, about the finance package, which heightens the trigger requirement before tax cuts will go into effect. But I think that there's still some concern that that does not necessarily put our state in as strong a position as it could be. For one thing, you know, as I said earlier today, as a general principle, legislatures should not be in the business of binding future legislatures. We don't know what another day is going to hold. And so the better practice, I think, is to cease the use of triggers altogether. If we're not going to do that, we should at least acknowledge that, you know, while the personal income tax triggers were tied to growth factors, the corporate income tax triggers that were also passed by previous General Assembly are not in this budget. Tying those income tax, corporate income tax reductions also to growth triggers would ensure at least that there's a modicum of stability to future tax decreases. And it would also, as Representative Butler earlier indicated, provide a great deal more revenue to the state in the medium to long term. So for those reasons, I think that we can do better on this tax package. Again, I'm pleased to see that we are at least slowing the train, but I think we could stop it altogether.
For what purpose, the lady from New Hanover, Representative Butler, rise.
To debate the bill.
Ladies recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, as you think about a budget, it's not just enough to respond to the proposal, but you really have to realize the importance of reflecting on the path that got you there. And the path we have been on, and the one we need to choose, is for North Carolina's future. Since 2010, this legislature has been guided by a consistent philosophy: lower taxes and deregulation. And I understand the appeal of that ideology. It's simple, it's predictable. But governing isn't about sticking to a script. Governing requires adaptation, especially when the facts change, and boy, have they. We are facing multi-billion-dollar deficits looming on the horizon. And that's not the Butler math. It's nonpartisan staff math, so we know it's real. Over the past decade, North Carolina has aggressively pursued tax cuts, especially for corporations. We are on a preset course to eliminate the corporate income tax altogether, regardless of what the budget looks like, regardless of our infrastructure needs, and regardless of what fiscal challenges lie ahead. There seems to be very little interest in finding the budgetary sweet spot. It's just cut, 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 and it's not sustainable. But here's what's most concerning. This bill acknowledges and admits that our budget cannot afford further cuts to personal income tax. And that's why this bill pulls the emergency brake on that ratcheting mechanism, because we are headed off a fiscal cliff. So let me ask, if we had to stop cutting taxes on working people to avoid disaster, why are we willing to let corporate tax rates slide to zero with no off-ramp? It's just not reckless, it's unfair. We are asking teachers, nurses, sheriff's deputies, and working families to pay the bills, while corporations, many from out of state, get a free pass. That's not shared sacrifice, that's lopsided policy. And what's the justification for it? Well, we're always told these tax cuts are driving growth. The lower rates are bringing new jobs and businesses into North Carolina, but nonpartisan analysts at the Office of State Budget and Management and the Fiscal Research Division tell a different story. We are underperforming our southern neighbors. Let me say that again. We are underperforming our southern neighbors, including states that have not slashed taxes to the bone. So, for example, South Carolina, personal income tax on a sliding scale of 0 to 6.2%, corporate tax 5%. Virginia, Sliding scale on the personal income tax, 2% to 5.7%. Corporate tax, 6%. Meanwhile, our job growth is lagging. Our GDP growth is behind regional trends. The promise of explosive economic benefits that we hear so much about just has not materialized. And that's not partisan spin, it's data. We are largely underperforming all of our neighboring states, Tennessee, South Carolina, and Virginia. What's more, while we shrink our revenue base, the costs of government are not shrinking. They're growing, especially as the federal government signals a retreat from sustained support in areas like Medicaid, disaster recovery, housing, and infrastructure. Those costs are coming to us. And when we don't absorb them at the state level, we're going to shift them even further to the county commission. Cost shifting doesn't make those problems go away. It burdens our counties and our municipalities, and it will land in the laps of county commissioners who are going to be forced to raise your property taxes, the most regressive and least flexible revenue tool available. That means the price of homes are going to go up, monthly costs for homeowners, renters are going to feel the squeeze too, and all of this directly undermines the efforts that we have all agreed about affordable housing. So we're solving one problem, but we're creating two more. And I want to believe that we're all coming here to govern responsibly, that we care about stability, and that we want North Carolina to be a place where families can thrive. But we cannot govern responsibly if we treat tax policy like religious doctrine. We cannot build the future on a foundation of denial. And we absolutely cannot keep asking working people to carry a load that corporations are allowed to drop. Again, fundamentally unfair. Budgets tell a story. They reflect our values. And this one tells a story of misplaced priorities, missed opportunities, and a willful blindness to the realities in front of us. There is a better path forward, and we are not on it. I urge you to vote no.
Well, purpose, the lady from Durham, Representative Moria, rise.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to speak on the budget.
Ladies recognized to debate the bill.
I'll be very brief and just use one example, but my bottom line, the point I want to make is we cannot sustain a responsible budget that gives salary increases to teachers and state employees, not with new revenue, but on the back of eliminating vacant state employee positions. And that's what we're doing. The one example I'll use is in JPS. I'm on JPS approach. Department of Adult Corrections stands to lose 500 positions, 400 correctional officers, 98 healthcare in Department of Corrections. You may think with those vacant positions, that money is not being spent. Every dime of those vacant positions is being spent in adult corrections on operational purposes because they have such a deficit. Healthcare costs in prisons, food costs in prisons, medical costs have skyrocketed. Every dime in those vacant positions are being spent on basic needs of operational costs in DAC. And once we eliminate 500 positions and that money is gone, their operational costs will be further and further in the hole. It will not be sustainable. Why do we have so many state vacancies? Maybe it's because we're not paying our state employees what they deserve in competitive with the private and other states surround us. Our correction officers who are public safety in our prisons are in the third lowest in the country. We are just above Louisiana, and look what happened there. 10 inmates escaped because they have a shortage in their correction officer positions, and we are going to be facing the same crisis if we eliminate so many positions. It's just an irresponsible way to do this. I encourage you to vote no.
What purpose, the lady from Guilford, Representative Harrison, to rise.
To briefly debate the bill.
Ladies recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I did want to give some credit where it's due in the Ag NER budget. I always have mixed feelings about it, but there's some good stuff in here. There's funding for farmland preservation. There's funding for parks and recreation. There's funding for land and water conservation. There is no Senate Bill 261 in the budget, and they restored the Office of Environmental Education, more money for trails, money for Brushy Mountain purchase. That's great, and that is not the case with the Senate budget, so I very much appreciate that. But what's missing here are a few glaring things. If any of you all caught last night, Frontline aired an episode about Helene and the damage that Western North Carolina faced, and there is a way to build back more resiliently, and this budget is not doing that. We spent tens of millions of dollars on this flooding blueprint for redeveloping in a more resilient fashion, and the staff for implementing that seems to be cut. The Office of Resiliency is eliminating three important positions. There's no floodplain research. There's no money for mapping for inundation and downstream inundation or for landslides, which is the landscape has changed out west, and this is really important. There is no funding for PFAS mitigation or research, which is in the Senate budget. And they're eliminating some very important positions, and I appreciate the chairs are still working on this, and I'm hopeful that those important positions are going to be replaced, but I do think we could do more. So unfortunately, I'm a no at this point, but I do want to thank the chairs for what they've done so far. Thank you.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Richmond, Representative Moss, rise.
Briefly debate the bill.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the bill.
Well, I didn't plan on speaking on the bill, so there's nothing that I've prepared that's elegant or creative, and there's never an intent to politicize this budget vote. But I would like to say thank you to the approach chairs, thank you to the staff, thank you to everybody involved. We are never going to probably have a perfect budget bill come before these chambers, but I do believe the one that we are producing has been better than an option that we were initially given. I know in my district I will be able to go back to the Republicans and Democrats that I represent, and I will get positive feedback from some, and I will get negative feedback from some. But when looking at this budget and just my little personal tenure here, which is not even 3 terms yet, I feel better about voting for this budget than I have some of the others. So I'm asking each and every one of you, you have an option to vote for it or against it. Is it perfect? No. There's things in there I wish were different, but they're not. But in my personal opinion, I think the good exceeds the bad. So I'm going to vote for it. And I really think it's a better option than what our friends across the hallway here have given. So I think that the people in North Carolina understand we have to continue to run a state and provide services, an entire state. But we also have an obligation to the western part of the state that I think everyone in here, regardless of party affiliation, feels that we must help. But in previous budget voting sessions I've been a part of, we've been criticized. You never spend enough. There's never enough spending. Well, the mentality that brought us to the rainy day fund was a blessing when this happened. And it's going to rain again one day. We are going to have disasters, and we are going to need funds that we're going to have to go to help us in a time of need and to help our people across the state. So I just ask each and every one of you to look at the bill for what it's written and what it's worth and vote your conscience. But to me, I can personally go back to my little Tier 1 rural area and the Democrats and Republicans that I represent. I feel like an exceeding majority will be happy with this budget compared to some things I've seen in the past. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Buncombe, Representative Ager, will rise.
To debate the bill.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for all the speakers so far. You know, it's really an honor to get up here for the most important vote that we do every year with respect to the budget. I want to talk a little bit about just a program that I wish was in the budget and that's had a huge impact on us in Western North Carolina prior to the storm and after the storm. And it's the Healthy Opportunity Pilot that I hope as this bill continues to go through the process, we can find a way to get back in there because it's had such a huge impact. And it's common sense legislation. It saves money in the long run. It helps people. And those are the things that we ought to be doing in our budget, in my view. It saves more than $1,000 per person annually. Just in Western North Carolina has the ability to save about $11.7 million, because what it does is it addresses the upstream problems with healthcare, right? If people can live in a safe house, if people can get good food to eat, if people can have a car to get to work, if people can have legal services that they need, it means they don't have to go to the doctor and the emergency room. They take their medicines, they do the things that they need to do before they get really sick and cost us a lot of money. This program, just in 2024, it provided 2,331 families stable housing, provided 144,000 boxes of food, and a big percentage of that food came from local farmers. So it not only paid folks to eat healthy, but it also helped our farmers in Western North Carolina thrive. It provided transportation assists. It provided 354 violence survivors to be supported with the services that they need. And it's had a huge impact. And so I do hope as we're moving forward that this program can be reconsidered to get back into the budget so that we can help people and we can really make a difference for the people of Western North Carolina, especially as they work to recover from the hurricane. So thank you all.
For what purpose? The gentleman from Halifax, Representative Pierce, rise.
Speak to the bill, sir.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to echo the sentiment of my colleague, Rep. Ager, because we pride ourselves on distinguishing ourselves from the other chamber across the hall. But like he said, I believe we missed an opportunity in this budget to do that. In 2022, our state started the Healthy Opportunities Pilot Program, which was the first of its kind in the entire country. We were a pioneer, like we like to brag that we are pioneers when it comes to recognizing the sovereignty and the independence of the United States with the Mecklenburg Declaration and the Halifax Resolves. And what this program does is integrate evidence-based interventions into our state's Medicaid program. We were pioneers in starting an initiative that would enhance overall health and reduce costs. Citizens get support for housing, safety, transportation to the grocery store, to doctor's appointments. The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services evaluated, like Rep. Ager said, that healthcare costs decreased by over $1,000 per pilot participant per year. But in my neck of the woods, in Eastern North Carolina, perhaps the most important benefit is food. Access to fresh fruits, vegetables, canned and dry goods, at a time when we all know food prices are increasing. In 2021, about 11% of our population here in North Carolina, including about 17% of children, experienced food insecurity. About 1 out of every 4 children in Eastern North Carolina is food insecure. I come from the classroom. When a child is hungry, regardless of what school setting they're in, they can't learn. And guess what they'll do? They'll act out to disrupt the learning environment because they're hungry. Without access to food, people will become unhealthy and their healthcare costs will increase. I've gotten emails from people in my district whose children and grandchildren live with them, and without the Healthy Opportunities Pilot, that child goes hungry, those adults in the household also go hungry. So again, I echo the sentiment of my colleague, and that we look into reconsidering the Healthy Opportunities Pilot in the future to reinstate something good for our citizens. Thank you.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Beaufort, Representative Kidwell, rise.
Speak to the bill.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow members, let's talk about some basics of finance, corporate taxes to begin with. Let's talk about how a corporation works. Corporation takes their income, they calculate their expenses, they put in a markup for profit, and that's how they price what goes into the stores or on their shelves. They don't pay the taxes, ladies and gentlemen, no more than they pay for the product that delivers to your home. You, the consumer, pays that tax. So when you talk about taxing corporations, you're actually talking about taxing the general population, not corporations. If you raise their taxes, they'll simply raise their prices. It's that simple. They're going to set a profit margin they deem to be reasonable, and that is going to be what they figure on how they charge their gross price. The taxes will be absorbed by the consumer. That's just how simple it is. North Carolina, when it comes to business, is one of the top states for business. We're rating in the number 7 position, I believe it is. Inc. magazine rates us as in the top, matter of fact, an A rating in business friendliness. When you bring business to the state, you bring jobs. When you bring jobs, you grow revenue. That's how the machine works. That's how you oil the machine, is by bringing more jobs. From 2014 to 2024, we've added over 550,000 jobs in North Carolina. According to the North Carolina Department of Commerce, between now and 2032, we'll add over another 500,000 jobs in North Carolina. Why? Because we're business friendly. If businesses don't like the place because you charge too much in taxes, they're going somewhere else so they can keep their profit margins where they want them to be without raising their taxes. I've heard that our neighboring states are better at taxes than we are. Statistics don't show that. The actual numbers, when we look them up online, indicate that North Carolina's total tax burden, this takes all taxes into account, is 8.18%. South Carolina, our neighbor to the south, 8.15. Not a big difference. Virginia to the north, 8.86, somewhat higher. So if you tell me we're doing far worse than our neighboring states, don't know where that data is coming from, but it's not actually accurate. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill is a good bill. I've been here for 7 years, not as long as some. Probably for some of you, I've been here too long. Stop laughing. Here's what I can tell you. This is a good bill when it comes to taxes. Some have said we're looking to raise taxes. That's not what we're doing. The Senate's bill raises taxes. The Senate wants to put taxes where they're least affordable. A sales tax on services. If you go get a haircut, which some of us in here don't have to worry about anymore, some do. I wasn't talking to you, Dean. They want to put a sales tax on that. What does that mean? To those that earn a lot of money, it doesn't mean much. When you add 6 or 7% to that haircut, so what? Sales tax is a massive burden on low-income people. It taxes the exact wrong people. We're not doing that here. We've got a better bill, one of the best bills from a tax perspective I've seen since I've been in this General Assembly. I would count the rest of the bill the same way. Ladies and gentlemen, let's unite on this. Let's send a message to the Senate that we have got one heck of a good bill here, and they need to pass it. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Durham, Representative Hawkins, rise?
To debate the bill.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start off by acknowledging some of the good things that have happened in this bill, as you heard from my colleagues. Starting teacher pay, #1 in the Southeast, 13th, in the nation. The ability to invest a little bit more in working people across North Carolina with some of the raises, even though they need to be a little higher. The acknowledgement that child care is something that the state needs to solve, but we know that we need to find space and to give opportunity for more child care facilities to be advanced across the state of North Carolina. Looking at what's happening with the innovations waivers and those with disabilities. Moving the cap from 13 to 13.25%, a move in the right direction. But we know that some counties, some of our larger counties in particular, are serving up to 22% of those with disabilities. And again, particularly on that point, I share that years ago, 25 years ago, there were places for those with disabilities, especially those with autism. Today, they are functioning people in our society, fully functioning and fully integrated. And we have to make sure that we have a budget that shows that we respect them and that we want them to be a part of our society. We have the innovations waivers. That was not something that was in many of the budgets to propose, including this one. But 19,000, there's a waiting list of 19,000. And just to give you context for that, I think we had a parent who came to the General Assembly for the IDD Legislative Day, and he shared that it would take 80 years if someone got on the innovations waiver list now and tried to get a waiver. It would take them 80 years based on the way we've been funding it over the last few terms. And that means independence for people. That means the opportunity to have support as they go about their daily lives, people to help them with workforce, people to help them navigate. And so I just hope that as we go through the conference committee and the opportunity to think about these folks and to ensure that innovations waivers and the people who are connected to them are not something that is an afterthought. To move forward in transportation, I'm glad that we saw that the DMV is on the minds of people and that we will support this new commissioner. But we also have to think about more innovative ways that we are going to fund the DMV. And while we're going to give 61 examiners, it's 2025. Artificial intelligence is a thing. Virtual is a thing. Kiosks are a thing. The ability to do much of the work and remove regulation so that people in our counties, everyday people, don't have to stand in line from 8 to 5 just to get basic services in the state. And so again, I love some of the ways that we move forward, but I do hope that as this budget bill moves through the process, that we think about some more 21st century, 2025 level investments. Under higher ed, as you heard, one of the pieces that before that I've tried to talk about and you've heard just recently is that basic needs are a thing, and this budget did not include the completion assistance grants that are used by some of our poorest institutions in the UNC system. Any of you have a family that was poor? That means if you're in college and you're a few credits from graduating and your car breaks down, house burns down, some emergency falls upon your family and that prevents you from continuing your education, that is serious for people. And there are thousands of North Carolinians that are sitting in our UNC system institutions that are some of our smaller institutions who need that support. And so again, I hope that that's something that we can move forward on. And under higher education, the anti-inclusion policy, I hear quite a bit how that policy is driving talent away from our state. There are two people, one in Durham and one in another part of the state. Incredibly talented guy left to go to another country because he was afraid of the anti-inclusion policy that came out of this body and the rhetoric. And so I'm hoping that, as I've shared, our universities are our crown jewels, and the policy that comes out of this building related to it sends a signal not only to those who want to come here and work, it sends a signal to the businesses that want to come here as well. And regardless, I know every one of you that own a business and those who are listening who own businesses just want the best talent. So let's make sure that we're building an inclusive space for all. And so I'm grateful for the opportunity to share my thoughts on this budget. Again, I hope it continues to move forward through the conference committee. The last thing that I'll say is in this budget, there was one piece that the previous governor moved forward with, which was bereavement leave. That's something that's personal to me, and I know personal to a lot of you who have lost people in your lives. And it should be something that's very personal for you to allow state employees to have 3 days of bereavement leave that cannot be touched. That's something that they can take advantage of to take care of the arrangements and logistics that come when they lose immediate family. It costs $2 million a year. Right now, we're still under the executive order for that under the previous governor, but it's something that we need to codify, because if we invest in our people and we show them that we appreciate their public service for the resources that they help steward in the state of North Carolina, the ability to give them 3 days for leave means all the world as they're hoping to navigate and they continue to serve the great state. And so I just wanted to point both some of the great things that have, or good things that have been proposed in this budget, but also the places that we need to continue to work. And so that's the end of my statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Moore, Representative Jackson, rise?
Speak on behalf of the bill, sir.
The gentleman is recognized to debate the bill.
If someone were to walk into this chamber not knowing history of North Carolina, I would say not even knowing Republicans or Democrats. I think that they would look at Republicans and they would think we have no clue whatsoever about coming up with a budget, and we just throw numbers on paper and just it is what it is. So forgive me, but let me just speak on behalf of that thought, because we very much do have a philosophy, and we very much do have rhyme to the reason of the budget that we present. Republicans believe in cutting taxes in a responsible, strategic manner. 2010, and I'm not here to tick off anybody, I'm not here to fight, but in 2010, Republicans became the majority party in North Carolina in the General Assembly for the first time in 140 years. Now, we get a little bit of pushback because, hey, y'all were doing this and y'all were been in control and been in power for 15 years. Well, when we came to power in 2011, we had a philosophy, and that philosophy was to be very strategic in how we cut taxes. We didn't want to do it too fast. We wanted to allow growth to come up so it was in a responsible manner. Not only were we strategic in how we cut taxes, we also wanted to remove burdensome regulations because we wanted businesses to move to North Carolina. And so we were very, we think, strategic in removing these overwhelming, burdensome regulations upon businesses. We also wanted to restrain spending. You can be the greatest body in all the world in cutting taxes and removing these burdensome regulations, but if you won't hold down spending, it's futile. You say, well, y'all don't know what you're doing. If I can very respectfully roll back the clock to 2010, where were we in 2010? The state owed the federal government $2 billion for unemployment taxes, and there was no rainy day fund in 2010. North Carolina had the 5th highest unemployment rate in the country at 8.1%. The current rate is 3.7%. North Carolina had the highest tax burden in the Southeast. North Carolina faced a $2.5 billion deficit. And as you know, for the last how many years, we've had budget surpluses year after year after year. This budget that we are presenting before you has a rainy day savings fund of $4.75 billion, the largest in state history. We've cut the personal income tax from 7.75% to 3.99%, and we increased the zero tax bracket to $26,500. And so while we disagree in philosophy, we are friends, but know that we do have an agenda, and our agenda is very strategic. We want businesses to come here. We want to cut taxes in a responsible way. We want to remove burdensome regulations, and we want to restrain spending. I ask for your support for this bill.
For what purpose, the lady from Wake, Representative Von Hafen, rise?
To speak on the bill.
Ladies recognized to debate the bill.
Thank you. North Carolina Constitution. We hear about it all the time in this chamber. And this year we actually passed a bill which would require legislators to read this document and to certify that we've read it. We also take an oath to uphold this Constitution when we're sworn into office. So just in case you haven't read it in a while or forget what it says, I want to read Article 1, Section 15 of the North Carolina Constitution. It says, "The people have a right to the privilege of education, and it is the duty of the state to guard and maintain that right." Article 9, Section 2 states, "The General Assembly shall provide for a general and uniform system of free public schools wherein equal opportunity shall be provided for all students." Our lawful obligation that we swear an oath to is to fund our public schools first. The children of North Carolina have a right to a high-quality education. They have the right to learn at an inclusive and accountable public school in a safe and healthy learning environment led by an excellent teacher. All North Carolina students have the right to a public school with a supportive principal, ample resources, access to mental health services, and more. But once again, the budget writers and the majority party have chosen to ignore the rights set forth in our North Carolina Constitution and our state's children by underfunding our public schools and instead pouring over $1 billion, billion with a B, in this 2-year budget to private school voucher slush fund. Since 2014, when the voucher program started, our state has sent over $1 billion to private schools. In this budget that we're voting on today, we will spend $1.36 billion in just the next 2 years. Let that sink in. We will spend more in the next 2 years for this program than we've spent in the last 10. Yesterday, an appropriations committee, in a response to an amendment which would have taken some voucher money to give to Tier 1 schools that many of you represent for field trips. The response to the amendment was, quote, "We don't want to take away from one kid to give to another." Wow. Well, that's exactly what this budget does. It steals from our public school students. It steals from the vast majority of North Carolina children to give taxpayer money to people who honestly do not need it. The majority of families that receive vouchers this year already went to private schools, and they already paid for it just fine without the help of the state. This budget puts our public schools last. It says they are not important enough to invest in, that the state's priority is handouts to private schools. Now, kids ask me questions all the time about their schools. They ask, why does their school have no air conditioning? Why can't they get a new laptop to replace the one that broke last week? Why is their school nurse only at their school 1 day a week? Why does my media center have a leaking roof? Why don't I have a math teacher? My only answer is that those are choices your elected officials have made. This budget is a choice, and that choice has been made to divert the limited resources that we all hear about to private schools at the expense of our public schools. Back to how I started this debate with our state constitution. This Constitution states that the General Assembly must provide for a uniform system of free public schools. And we must guard and maintain that right. And by diverting $655 million in the first year of this budget and $705 million in the second year of the budget away from that constitutional obligation, we are in violation of the oath that we took to this Constitution. But even worse, we have violated the trust of the public who expects us to support their children. I hope the 80% of families in North Carolina that have made the choice to send their children to public school are just as upset about this budget as I am. I cannot vote for a budget that doesn't invest in all children, because isn't that what we're here to do? Aren't we here to help all North Carolinians, not just a group that we choose to be more worthy than another? I cannot support a budget that creates an educational system of have and have-nots. This budget fails our kids, and that's why I'm voting no.
For what purpose does the lady from Forsyth, Representative Baker, arise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to speak to the bill.
Ladies recognized to debate the bill.
So, I appreciate that we have been given the time to offer our amendments and to be heard on our positions. But as I've often said in this chamber, as a 30-year veteran of education, who the majority of my career has been spent in public education, but it has not only been limited to that, but has also been inclusive of private and charter and alternative schools. My colleague from Forsyth started out this debate by talking about how great our state is. And I agree. But two things can be true at the same time. We can be getting things done right in this state and then being accountable for doing things horribly wrong. Now, I've sat and I've listened and I've heard how after amendment after amendment after amendment was offered to take what started out from my colleagues on the right as saying was a great budget, but without even consideration for what you know is not all to be known. So when others are offering information that can take our budget from good to better, then it at least should have been considered. And so we joked as Representative Arp stepped out of the room in hopes that a few of those budget amendments could have been passed. But in reality, they never were. They were never going to be passed. And I'll say again, all that you know is not all to be known. So to completely disregard people's input about how this budget could be better, because after all, diversity of thought, though it has been argued is not a good thing, is a great thing. Now, what was really disheartening is when the amendment to offer our children free breakfast and lunch, and the response was, we can't do that at the expense of parents' rights. Well, tell that to the children who don't get a meal, who don't have a meal, whose parents can drive them to one of the better schools and pay the tens and twelves of thousands of dollars to send their kids to private school. Look them in the face and tell them that. And as someone who has worked in an environment that knows that for some children, the only meals that they will get will be the ones that they get for breakfast and lunch at school. And we are fortunate enough not to know that kind of poverty. But just as the Bible says, in as much as you have done it to the least of these, you have done it to me also. We talk about relief for food insecurities, and no less than 4 amendments were voted down because we don't think they are deserving of getting a meal or a handout or a helping hand when needed. The question was asked by my colleague, has anyone been held accountable for the schools that don't have proficiencies higher than 50%? That question was not answered directly, but let me answer it for you. Yes, they have been held accountable. The students are held accountable because now they're being forced into overcrowded classrooms because we don't have enough teachers and staffing to keep the class size down. Our teachers have been held accountable because we continue, although this budget talks about starting teacher pay, it's not just starting teachers, because there was nothing in here for our veteran teachers or our teachers that are in the middle of their pay. But as they exit, it is those younger teachers that are now having to pull in and fill in the gaps because of our hiring crisis. The parents pay, because for those parents who can't afford, again, to take advantage of what the voucher program was originally designed to help, if they can't come up with the difference to take their children across town to those other schools, they are left there. And finally, our classified staff, our bus drivers, our janitors, our cafeteria workers pay the price because they don't make a livable wage. And finally, my colleague talked about Republicans being strategic when they took power 10 years ago. And I'll agree with that. I'll agree with lowering taxes, eliminating burdensome regulations, and being restrained in your spending. I'll agree with that. But if you're going to argue that, you must also own this, that you also have defund public education. You have refused to take into consideration creating livable wages over those 10 years, and to say that we have given them more money than we ever have, but you fail to realize that there were a number of years in which teachers and state employees were not funded at all. So we are still behind the gate. And then finally, we have failed to keep the housing costs down. So all of these businesses that we're talking about, that we're recruiting to our state, and they are coming, they will not stay if we don't stabilize housing, if we don't continue to pipeline by giving them trained employees and workforce, and most certainly continuing to help our colleges and universities to produce those great minds that go into the workforce. So I'll leave you with this. This is a step in the right direction, but it still falls short. And until we create an inclusive process in which everybody in this chamber is respected, regardless of who's in power, we will continue to create a budget that is not representative of all 100 counties in this state, and indeed will not include the people who most need representation and a voice at the table. And for that reason, I will be voting no, even though the teacher portion of this is a step in the right direction, but it didn't go far enough.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Chatham, Representative Reeves, rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to debate the bill.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the bill.
And I want to say first, thank you to staff also. When we're in the minority, and we know that when you're getting a blitzkrieg, stuff going on with the budget, and you're trying to get the bill itself done, it's a little hard when you're getting a lot of these amendments done. And we got a tremendous amount of amendments done, and that's because staff worked over. And I want to say on behalf of the caucus, thank you. And on behalf of all of us. I know it's not fun, and thank goodness we're going to be leaving you tomorrow. So thank you. And I also want to say, and this is where it gets tricky, But I've got to be candid about one thing. This is as well debated a bill as I've had since I've been here. And I really appreciate it. I'm sitting here nodding my head at Keith Kidwell. I'm just like, what is going on? I'm going crazy. And but for the folks over on the other side, I wasn't nodding my head at Keith because Keith and I were agreeing. I was nodding at it because this is the way debate ought to go. Representative Jackson, the way that you debate, and that's not taken away from anybody else that's debated, but you were the two most recent debaters. And I sat while you were talking and I was thinking, this is what we ought to be doing. Now, of course, I would have loved for us to be exchanging these discussions a lot earlier, maybe 3 months ago. I think that would have been good. But, I'm almost afraid to talk now because I don't want to do anything to screw up the feeling. But the reality is, and I think it's not a surprise, this is not the budget I would have written. I respect the work that's gone into it. I respect the dedication to philosophy. This is not the budget I would have written. And a lot of times when I'm sitting here, the worst thing for folks who haven't hit 50, because it hit me at 50, but once you hit 50, you start thinking backwards as much as you do forward. When I was 20, all I was thinking was forward, forward, forward. I can't wait. But at 50, you start thinking back, and you start thinking back as to what made you who you are. What is it that you cared about? And people that you've lost along the way. And that's not always people that passed. And while we've been sitting here during this debate, I've been thinking about one of the people who informs the way that I vote. And it was a young man, and I won't call him by name because that would be embarrassing, because he would admit as a child he was probably the handful. But we'll call him John. And John and I were introduced because we were riding our school bus together. And John and I fought so much physically that I remember my mother saying, if you don't get suspension again, I'll let you fight him all you want on the last day of school. And I said, well, good, because I'm kicking his behind. And then my mother came last day of school and picked me up from school, and I couldn't ride the bus. But it's funny, by the time I got back home, he became one of my best clients. And not because of criminal matters or anything like that, but anytime he had something, if he had a legal question, I'm the guy he came to. And he came from a horrific background. And when I say horrific, it's not a horrific background in the sense of he was getting beaten, or even though he may have been. And it wasn't that he was expressing, but it was just hard. He did not know how to communicate with people, how to interact with people, how to love people. And we grew up, and as a lot of us did in rural areas, there were just black kids and white kids. He was a white kid, I was a black kid. We all lived in the same area. And that's how we ended up on the bus together. And it's just like, I would get on the bus sometimes, and I still remember, like, God, Randall, all you've got to do is be quiet. Just don't say anything, and we won't fight. But he'd say something, and I'm just like, man, I got to fight. So my point is, that's what I think about when I think about the budget. How could I have made young John's life better? How could I have put him in a situation where he's doing what I was doing? Because he was just as smart as I was, just as talented. He was charismatic. He was so charismatic. I mean, even when, as rough as he was just one of those people that even after the fight, you still want to talk to him the next day. But how do I make that kid end up in this building is my question. And the first thing you've got to do is what Representative Pierce talked about. I've got to make sure that when he gets to school, he's not focused on anything else, that he can look at that teacher and he can learn. And I know that that kid, and I want to give Representative Smith, if he doesn't mind, credit for saying this, because he grew up in similar circumstances. You could have thrown as much money as you wanted to at that guy. That's not going to help him get an education. He had to be in public school. He had to. Because where he was in life, you could have paid for him to go to a private or a charter school that weren't going to keep him. So he needed public school. He needed what you got from public school teachers who have to teach all of us. So the first thing I would have done is invested what I had in public school. And I would say it because of this. Because at the same time, I had a chance Monday to talk to some CEOs of some companies. I want businesses to come here, but I want people to come here too. And those businesses said the same thing. We want somewhere where our people want to live. Yes, it's great for us as businesses to be able to make all the money we want and do all these things, but you know, we're at a different stage. And right now, people can live anywhere in the world. So we're not competing against North Carolina. We're not competing against Virginia, South Carolina and Virginia. We're competing against Ireland. We're competing against England. We're competing against even Vietnam. I mean, there's just so many places that a person can go. Spain. They were telling me this great story of how much Spain was investing in things that we've stopped investing in. So once I get his education, I got to make sure he's safe. And when I look at this budget and we're cutting all these positions, we're not cutting these positions because we're in a recession. We're cutting these positions because we made choices. And we made choices that we were going to stop collecting revenue from everybody that we could. And that's just a fact. And so now we've got to cut positions from state agencies that are already understaffed. So they want to make us safe. They want to take care of us, but they can't because we keep hamstringing them for no real reason. And the reason I say there's no real reason because I know after this budget was released, I was looking at some of the Senate tweets and I was like, man, I must have missed that part of the budget. Because, I mean, when I kept listening to the Senate, they're talking about it sounded like that we had decided we were going to do all kinds of crazy things and spend all kinds of crazy money. I'm just like, are you looking at the same budget I'm looking at? This budget makes some hard decisions and hard cuts because that's what governing is and that's what being an adult is. And that's why I'm not coming down on anybody as people. I can respect philosophy, I can respect decision making, but we've got to own those decisions because it's getting ready to be a lot of hurt. We're not approaching a fiscal cliff. We are now in a revenue deficit. No ifs, ands, or buts about it because we would not cut one job if we were not in a revenue deficit. So I want to make him safe. I want to give him a good education. I got to make sure he's healthy. And sometimes health is not just access, but learning how to be healthy. Everybody doesn't have it like us. Everybody doesn't have the ability. If one of us gets sick or our family members get sick, at the drop of a dime before we get out that door, we know the specialists that we need to talk to, we know where to take them, and we have the ability to get that person there. But that is not the average North Carolinian. And finally, we need to give them opportunities to lift themselves out of their circumstances. I'm not even talking about handouts. I'm talking about literally some of this is just us getting out of their way. And part of getting out of their way is giving them a chance to own homes. Have you ever seen anything that makes a community better than a person being able to buy a house? It can be a room with a kitchen. Why do I say that? Because I remember the first house we got when I was growing up. And my goodness, and I still get to see that house and pass by that house. That house was a mansion to me. And I could run that whole thing with my 4-year-old legs in 2 minutes. But it was just like, man, there are rooms, there are spaces. And at that point, we knew we were in a community. And this budget provides nothing to help alleviate that. By the time we finish session, the average house in North Carolina is going to be at a point that all of us used to call mansions. And we're not alleviating that. We had an opportunity. And this thing's going to conference because here's the other thing. This bill isn't law. And so I need that for the media because it was funny. We've been getting a lot of questions. You guys are getting a lot of questions. I'm like, guys, this isn't the law. This is a negotiating document. And so, no, if you ask me, would I vote for this bill if this was the final bill? No, not at all. And that's not them personal, it's different philosophies. But I say all that to say, at some point, at some level, 2 things are going to have to happen in this building. Number one, we're all going to need to remember the people we actually grew up with and how we're going to help them be whatever it is they want to be and be able to do it safely, securely, and financially stably. And number 2, and I am now speaking to the other chamber, we're going to have to show, somebody's going to have to step up and be the adults in the room. And what I've seen from the Senate over the past 3 weeks and especially over the past 24 hours, is the quintessential example of not being the adults in the room. There's 170 people. And I can tell you one thing, I don't know about you guys, I'm ready to stay all as long as we got to. I don't want to be with you guys all year, but I'm willing to do that for North Carolinians. So be clear, there's a lot of work that's got to get done for us to have a bipartisan budget. Whole lot of work. This is not the bill that will do it. But at some point, somebody's going to have to stand and tell those guys, just because it's easier to corral their cats than all the cats we got to go over here, we deserve to be heard, just like Representative Baker said. This side deserves to be heard. Your side deserves to be heard. They deserve to be heard. But then we've got to be the adults and figure out what we're going to do about the fact that we don't have enough money to spend right now. And yes, if you ask me, I'd fix part of our problems because I'd take that money straight out of vouchers. Nothing to do with philosophy, but because at this point in time, somebody's going to have to pay, and that's the easiest way to fix all the problems that we're talking about today. We could take the voucher money, not have to get rid of anything. So I want us to keep in mind, because of the fact that this is not the end game, that there is going to be a long discussion to be had. I understand I'm not going to be sitting there having that discussion. But I understand you guys are going to be having that discussion with those guys. And I don't think there's anything wrong with your opinions being just as important as their opinions. One day I'm going to get you to the point where you're going to think our opinions are too, but we'll get there. But at least right now, your opinions matter as much as theirs. And so whatever we do today, let's keep that in mind going forward, because I want to repeat one thing I said to you early on in an early debate when I had lost everybody's attention. The speaker can do what you empower him to do. It is just that simple. That's all he can do. You back him, fine. You don't back him, that's where we're going to end up. And with that being said, I do have to say one more thank you, and that's to this caucus. Because everybody on this side has had to go at a dead heat trying to figure out what to do. And I can tell you, I am confident I know how anybody and everybody is going to vote. And it doesn't matter if we agree, we made the decisions together, and I want to thank every one of you for being part of that decision. So when you guys get in there, get your gloves ready, get your ring going, get your brass knuckles if you need to. I didn't say that, sheriffs. Do what you got to do. But let's make North Carolina what it can be. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Union, Representative Harper, rise?
I'd speak to the bill.
Gentleman's recognized to debate the bill.
Ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues, my good friend Representative Reeves, he's a great orator, and I'm an engineer, so there you go. I will say that I will attempt to speak from my heart. I've been in here, had the privilege of serving a long time, and we have put our house in order. And over the last 15 years, the hard choices, controlled spending, and tax policy that reduce the burden on our citizens has made North Carolina the top-ranking businesses to come to here. It's made it a great place to live, and we've seen record numbers of people move to North Carolina. And in fact, that has allowed us to have further tax reductions, better fiscal environment. And all of that has allowed us to reduce the burden on our families more and more and more. But I will say we have some different agreements. I mean, we have, one of them is opportunity scholarships. Our position is that we shouldn't discriminate against the children simply because the parents decide that a better school choice should be made for their children. We don't discriminate because we give the same per pupil expenditure to each kid in the state, and that is to be used for their education. We believe that we are on the right path and that we're on solid foundation fiscally for the state of North Carolina. In fact, we have been able to weather many things that have been thrown at our state because we had our fiscal house in order. I will tell you, the challenges facing North Carolina now are not the same challenges as we faced just 239 days ago, just 7 months and 29 days ago. But the strong, resilient people of North Carolina are the same. They're the same caring, compassionate, determined, resourceful people that make North Carolina a great state. Hurricane Helene caused widespread damage and had a high death toll, over 250 deaths, inflicting an estimated total of over $80 billion. Some say it's the 7th largest disaster in the United States. This conservative budget that is before you today makes rebuilding Western North Carolina possible. This conservative budget makes North Carolina strong by adapting to these changed realities. This conservative budget recognizes that we have been hit with one of the nation's worst disasters, Hurricane Helene. And yet this conservative budget with fiscally wise spending and prudent tax policy makes rebuilding Western North Carolina not only possible, but certain. We've all seen the best of North Carolinians. I certainly have. Neighbors helping neighbors. They should expect no less than our best. This credible, Carolina strong, conservative budget does that. It maintains the ability to meet today's challenges and tomorrow's future without mortgaging our children and grandchildren's future, while also investing at the same time very important other priorities, like making North Carolina #1 in starting teacher pay in the Southeast. And all teachers in this budget get a raise. It's investing over $1 billion to repair and rebuild our schools and providing over $50 million in school safety grants. We have evaluated every area of the state budget, cutting wasteful spending wherever we found it, to fund significant pay raises for our teachers and other state employees with no tax increase. We've had open positions. There's been a lot of discussions about this. We've had persistently high vacancy rates. And year over year, we fund those positions. And those are lost opportunities to the people we have working for our state. And so what we've done was take 20% of those open positions and help fund the hardworking employees who are in those jobs. It's acting like we're so efficient that we can't find 2% to tighten our budget. Is our government so efficient that we are 100% and we can't find ways to cut expenditures? What we have proposed is a sensible, credible plan that invests in our people and reflects the priorities of the people of North Carolina. This conservative budget avoids bankrupting the state by making fiscally wise spending decisions and enacting prudent tax policy and not gambling with our future. I ask that you vote yes on this good budget. Thank you.
The question before the House is the passage of House Committee Substitute Number 2 to Senate Bill 257 on second reading. All those in favor will vote aye. All those opposed will vote no. The clerk will open the vote. Clerk will lock machine and record the vote. 93 having voted in the affirmative and 20 in the negative. House Committee Substitute number 2 to House Bill 250, Senate Bill 257, having passed its second reading, will remain on the calendar. Members, the Chair understands the Appropriations Committee is going to meet shortly thereafter. The Chair will recognize the gentleman from Forsyth, Representative Lambeth, for an announcement.
Just a reminder, we do move quickly from here over to 643. We did look at trying to do it in here, but the logistics of it and getting it on the dashboard and those kind of things took too much time. So we think we can be more efficient. Just try to get there as quick as you can. We'll work through the bill as quick as we can, and we'll get you out of here tonight before midnight.
Members, we do have to suspend a rule in order to report that bill out, and the Chair's note from earlier was later this afternoon, but the Chair will amend that at some point tonight, the Appropriations Committee will report the Disaster Recovery Act of 2025, Part 2 for introduction, and without objection, the rules will be suspended so that the legislation may be read a first time today and added to tomorrow's calendar. Hearing no objection, so ordered. If there are any personal privileges or notices or announcements that are not required immediately, the Chair will hold those for tomorrow. For what purpose? The gentleman from Union, Representative Willis, arise.
For a quick question.
Gentleman's recognized for a quick question.
Do we have an ETA for session tomorrow? And I'm sorry if I missed that earlier.
Great question. So right now, Chair anticipates 10 a.m. for session, which will be third reading of the budget, and after that, the Helene bill that should be reported out of committee tonight. Chair does not anticipate a long session tomorrow. Anything else? Seeing none, the gentleman from Wayne, Representative Bell, is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House to now adjourn to reconvene Thursday, May 22nd at 10 a.m., subject to the standard stipulations set forth in Rule 15.1.
Representative Bell moves, seconded by Representative Jones, that the House do now adjourn to reconvene Thursday, May 22nd at 10 a.m., subject to the standard stipulations set forth in Rule 15.1. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House is now adjourned.